Thank you. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the March 27th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting, as well as our extended CCC team. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We'll start with opening comments from commissioners, then the executive director will present the executive director update. Before we proceed to staff license recommendations, there are 40 license renewal recommendations, 2 provisional license recommendations, 2 final license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal license recommendation. There are 2 items in the commission discussion to vote section today: discussion and review of draft regulations and regulatory timeline. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I will turn things over to my colleagues for any comments or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order. I'll give my comments last. So I will turn it first over to Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning. Good morning. I will try to be brief. Just want to thank everyone, our team. I know tomorrow we have a staff appreciation. I heard there's about 85 RSVPs, so should be a good turnout tomorrow. For folks at the table, thank you so much for being here and collaborating in this process. It is the beginning of a longer process, so glad that we're here together. And I think for all of us who live here in Massachusetts, we were just having a conversation about a student being picked up at the Tufts campus. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that my thoughts and prayers are going out to that campus and to the young woman that got picked up by officials. And I just, it's hard to hear, especially right before you start a meeting. But I'm looking forward to today's meeting and pass it on to Commissioner Stebbins.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Good morning, everyone. No prepared notes today, just looking forward to this long-awaited, if we will, exercise to go through the social consumption regulations. I want to thank the staff that's worked really incredibly hard on this, the lead commissioners, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo, and all the stakeholders that we've heard from so far. So this is the next step in a long process, and we are in uncharted territory here. So we want to make sure that we're mindful, thoughtful, and that we get it right. So looking forward to today, and thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners. I have just a few notes since we last met 2 weeks ago. First of all, the Social Consumption Working Group provided a more formal presentation, excuse me, to the Mass Major City Chiefs Association on our draft regulatory framework that we will be discussing today. Special thanks to the association chair, Chief Buckley from Medford, for hosting us, and we're following up with a handful of the chiefs who attended that meeting. Additionally, our Social Consumption Working Group also met virtually with representatives from the City of Los Angeles who reached out to us about our framework. Just as we have learned from other jurisdictions on this topic, we're so happy when we can share any information or thoughts on topics with other states and municipalities. I also want to thank quickly the leadership at the ABCC connecting with me briefly this week to discuss a couple of new issues. I'll be bringing back to the group that also includes Commissioner Roy, who have been pursuing the issue of outstanding accounts receivable. They have been extremely generous in sharing information and details about how the alcohol industry dealt with this topic. Like others in the CCC team, maybe I added an extra C in there. I had the chance to attend NECAN this past week. And connect with a number of our licensees, a member of the New Jersey regulatory team as well. Attended a couple of the breakout sessions, as I know some of my colleagues did. And I know the ED is organizing kind of a debriefing for all the staff who attended NECAN last week. I also want to thank our licensing department, Director Koval and team, Thank them for their support to help provide us a list of renewals, finals, and provisionals for approval during our additional monthly meetings. I do feel if we can shave a few days or a few weeks off for a licensee, hopefully that's some time or money saved. So I want to thank them for their great work and the work of our I&E team as well. All right. That said, the next item is an executive director update. I'll now turn it over to our executive director.
Thank you. Going with the theme, I will also be brief. We can go to the next slide there. Just really high level. Last meeting, I went through the first 2 weeks of my onboarding, where I am right now. And obviously, I should say 3/27/25, my mistake. Collaboration with state agencies and legislators has been dominating a lot of the time, which is positive. I think we are seeing the interest in collaboration from a number of folks at the state. So it's been a very positive experience to date. Looking forward to working with those folks, and we have much more planned next week as well. I did shoot, and I believe the commissioners were involved, in some additional staff as well, in a video looking ahead, growing together, which should be out soon in production by the folks at Digital. NECAN, as the acting chair mentioned, was last week. I was not able to get to that in an effort to get through a number of other things that are on my plate at the moment, but I understand that we had a good presence there from an organizational perspective. So I will look to debrief, make sure that we are culling all of that great information that we get from interacting with the industry through an event like NECAN. Next month, or in a couple of weeks, I should say, in the April meeting, we are targeting the executive director goals, which have been discussed at previous meetings, so I won't get too far into at the moment, but my focus obviously will be prioritization as we get into a lot of work today and a lot of work that's on our docket, making sure that we are prioritizing that and staging it correctly, given bandwidth, which I'll talk about in the context of the budget. Just a quick update, as we mentioned in our previous meeting, Acting Chair Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, myself, and the CFAO, Lisa Schlegel, with support from Comms and Government Affairs, presented the budget on March 10th. The Joint Ways Means, our next steps that we have monitored are the House Ways Means discussion on the budget, which is the week of April 27th. It's also the week that we will have a presence up at the State House for the state of cannabis. We are assuming that the Senate Ways Means will be the week of May 19th and then conference thereafter. If you go to the next slide, the reason I think it's very important that we get some sort of general understanding of the direction that we're going compared from our request compared to where the governor's budget currently sits for FY26 is we have a number of positions that we've been able to move forward to make sure that we are staffed appropriately. But there are some other decisions at the end of FY25 that I'll have to make or recommend to the commissioners based on our ability to project that we can fund those in FY26. So we're getting to a point now where we have a lot in motion. HR is doing a phenomenal job of moving these positions forward, and yet shortly, until we have clarity on FY26, I may be in a position where I have to pump the brakes on anything that we can't demonstrate is sustainable into FY26. The ones on the bottom, I just wanted to mention, we're looking to post the manager, government affairs, manager communications, just maybe held up slightly because we want to make sure we have the right team available on the hiring of that position, the screening panel. But otherwise, those should be ready to go. And then again, on the right, you see the note there that a number of these positions of any substantive changes will be coming back to the commissioners, potentially April and May, but that some may be held up until we have clarity on FY26.
Commissioner Riker.
Thank you, Chair. Executive Director, any updates on the Director of Constituent Services position, Kathy Oliver Jones? She retired recently, so I don't know if there's any updates on that position.
That is not a position that's being held up currently by financials. I'm just reviewing a number of different things as it relates to the organization wide. So I think in the interim, if we're not able to put that out immediately, that we may go the interim route, but I'll certainly update the commissioners on that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And that is all I have for now. I think obviously I'll come back to the budget in the context of our discussion on social consumption because of our ability to have the resources we need for implementation. But that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Edie. All right, next we will move on to staff recommendation on licensing renewals. I think we are joined by Suko Defoe. Beth Defoe. Good morning, Suko. How are you?
Good morning, I'm good.
All right, first we're going to do staff recommendations on renewals. Do you have anything
Okay.
for us? Go ahead.
There's a total of 40 renewals, which include 30 adult use and 10 MTC renewals being presented for the commission's consideration. Commission staff do recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you. And if approved, request the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the commission's regulations and applicable laws.
Thank you, Suko. On this list, we have Commissioner Roy is asked to recuse herself from license number 20, which is Resonate Inc. MRR 207153. I would entertain a motion, Commissioner Camargo, to delegate limited authority to review and decision on the renewal license of item number 20 on the agenda to the executive director. Do I have such motions? I will second that motion. Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. For the rest of the renewals, I do have one condition that I am offering. It is for Dream Analytics Massachusetts LLC, license number ILR 267948. My proposed condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, provide update on progress toward hiring veterans under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.103 4B, and provide a response to the CCC licensing division. That was the only condition I had from commissioners. If there are no others, I'll seek a motion to approve the renewal licenses 1 through 19 and 21 through 40, subject to the condition articulated by Acting Chair Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Suko, we'll move now on to staff recommendations on provisional licenses.
Oh, provisional, that's tricked me. Okay, give me 1 second, please.
Suko, go ahead. We're on provisional licenses.
Okay, the applicant here is Alternative Compassion Services Incorporated. They are seeking a marijuana retail license with a proposed location of 175 George Washington Boulevard, located in Hull. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, to request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, I did not have any conditions for this provisional licensee. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license for Alternative Compassion Services, MRN 285029, subject to the conditions included in the, subject to the conditions included in the board book. Is there such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, the next one, Suko.
The applicant here is Blue Oak Angels LLC. They are seeking a marijuana product manufacturing license with the proposed location of 119 Herbert Street, located in Framingham. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I do have a condition for consideration that would read as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, clarify strategy for hosting job fairs in diversity plan, employee recruitment and retention program in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C 8K and provide a response to the CCC licensing division. I'm sure it is maybe part of their plan for a previous location, but as Suko pointed out, they're in Framingham. Excuse me. They're in Framingham, and they were talking about hosting job fairs out in Holyoke, which is certainly a disproportionately impacted community. But if they could just kind of clarify that part of the plan, it would be appreciated. If there are no other conditions for this license applicant, I'll seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Blue Oak Angels LLC, renewal number MPN 282297, subject to the condition articulated by Acting Chair Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Suko, we will move on to staff recommendation on final licenses.
Okay, there are 2 adult use final license recommendations for the commissioners' consideration. Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. I have no conditions proposed for these 2 final licenses. I would seek a motion to approve the final licenses for Uma Flowers Waltham LLC, MR 285029, and House of Vermias LLC, MR 284346. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy.
Yes, aye and ditto. Congrats.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye and ditto as well. Good luck to both of those final licensees. The motion is approved, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Suko, we'll move on to staff recommendation on a responsible vendor training renewal.
Yep, the applicant here is Green Culture. They're seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They plan on providing both in-person and virtual training environments. Therefore, commission staff recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this responsible vendor training renewal? Okay, seeing none, I seek a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal license for Green Culture Ed. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Suko, thank you. I think we're all done.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Commissioner Roy.
So before we begin on the regulations, sometimes we have different iterations, like we're all working off the board book. Is that where we're all we're all working off the same thing? Because last time we weren't delivering, so I just want to be clear.
All right.
Okay,
All right. We,
wait,
No,
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
say that's a good,
Oh.
that's a good point. Oh, thank you. That's a good point. I think I printed out. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter. It's probably, it's the same one. Nothing has been,
pages would be different.
the pages may be different. Okay, because I printed it out, not the one in the board book, but the one that we got sent on Saturday. So, yeah, that's okay. Okay, but thank you, because I'll be off a page or two.
All right. We will move on to commission discussion and votes. This is a discussion and review of draft regulations and revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. I would like to open this discussion. First of all, I'd like, if it's possible, if everybody grabs the mic and turns it on, that we go around a room, because a lot of new faces that the public may be seeing the back of your head, but I think it's helpful for everybody to know who's at the table. So, Noam, we could start with you, Chief, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair. My name is Noam Policy Jones. I am the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement here at the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Acting Chair, I'm Catherine Minkowski, the Director of Investigations.
Good morning, Tim Gooden, Enforcement Counsel.
Good morning, Olivia Coble, Director of Licensing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Jancola, Director of Government Affairs and Policy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jessica Porter, Policy Analyst.
Michael Baker, Deputy General Counsel.
Good morning, Rachel Ferrara, Paralegal with the Legal Department.
Good morning, Philip Schreffler, Associate General Counsel.
And the seat next to me, nobody's trying to avoid me, but it'll be filled by our GC when he's free. I hope you'll permit me. I want to just offer some comments before we jump into this, and then certainly open it up to my colleagues if there's anything additional they want to add. And then I do want to hand it over to the ED for some thoughts. First, as we dive into this work over the next few meetings, I want to thank the members of the Social Consumption Working Group. This great team has dove into the work alongside Commissioner Camargo and myself. They have been there for every external meeting, listening session, site visit, brainstorming sessions. Their contributions have been tremendous. I want to offer my respect and appreciation for their great work. I also want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank Commissioner Roy for her collaboration. She has kind of sat outside this process, or else we would have been violating the open meeting law. And while she was engaged on working on some of the Chapter 180 regulations, but I appreciate that she not only attended our December 5th public presentation, but she has been engaged, excuse me, been engaged with our legal team to bring her thoughts and comments to the framework. I also want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Camargo, her incredible dedication and energy she has brought to this work. I think most days she told us she'd be operating on an energy level of 10, but also appreciated because she usually showed up with either pizza or dessert for most of our meetings. Great way to keep everybody motivated and moving forward. Through our meetings with other jurisdictions, public safety and public health stakeholders, municipal leaders, members of our Cannabis Advisory Board, other government agencies, licensees, consumption experts, we're pleased to present the draft framework that's before us. Many of these folks, we warn that our initial conversation may not be our last, and many we have returned to in the process for further thoughts and questions. I want to thank the hundreds of interested residents and stakeholders who also offered their comments during our informal comment period. And I want to extend our thanks to the legislature who helped us unlock the fix that we needed to let municipalities choose for themselves whether social consumption fits their community. The legislature also saw fit to give communities a second option, not first considered in the statute or regulations. We believe this framework is unique, offers tremendous opportunities to license holders. I should say, I believe this framework. Certainly don't want to speak for everybody. Our supplemental license will allow existing licensees to host consumers at their place of business. We hope the hospitality license will unleash some creative new businesses for Massachusetts, and our marijuana event organizer license will hopefully offer a low barrier to entry into the market with additional opportunities for smaller licensees. Licensees will be required to have food service and potentially engage with local food establishments and providers who may still be trying to recover from the COVID shutdowns. Overlaying this framework is a continued prioritization of public health and public safety, safeguards for consumers and employees, strong consumer information resources, not to mention new RVT training requirements, measures for cool down spaces, safe transportation plans, and no mix of alcohol or tobacco products. I am excited about the discussions we're about to undertake today. As Commissioner Roy always says, transparency is a great antiseptic. For anyone tuning in today, or if you have joined us for our previous regulatory discussions, you'll see us question, wordsmith, put a pin on a section to come back to for further discussion, discuss edits and changes incorporated by our legal team. Just a note, the CCC has pursued and made regulatory changes every year of the Commission's existence, with one exception. That was 2022, when commissioners were actively advocating for the legislative changes, including HCA reform, social equity trust fund, municipal equity, in addition to the changes we needed to pursue social consumption opportunities for the Massachusetts market. My hope is we will finish and vote on a version of these regs that will help us kick off our official promulgation process. That process will then itself allow for additional further comment and feedback, as well as a public hearing. We will continue to invite residents, groups, and stakeholders from across Massachusetts to reread our regulations in a new version and offer their input. And as we wrap up our discussions, we'll offer a projected timeline for the completion of the promulgation process. Now, at the end of the promulgation process, let's set some expectations for what will happen next. After promulgation is completed is when the implementation work kicks into gear. Just as we saw with Chapter 180 implementation, hundreds of to-do items were created and many are still being completed today. I know our team is up for the work, but I also realize the tremendous workload that they carry on a day in and day out basis already. But we know communities will need guidance on how to opt in. Our licensing system will need to be updated to reflect new license types. RVT trainers will need to be selected and curriculums approved, and many, many other tasks lie ahead. We're planning to build out some advisory teams for public awareness, municipal advisory, training and innovation and implementation to help support our team's work. We will continue to update and share information with the general public throughout the process. I know the ED wants to make some comments, but I know both my colleagues offered some thoughts at the beginning of the meeting, but if there's anything additional they want to offer before we start, I would throw it open to Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy, anything else you want to add?
We're looking at each other. Not really. I think you've said it all. I did write some notes to myself. It's a new chapter at the CCC. Travis, we continue to say we're really excited to have you here. This industry has walked for the last 7 years and has proven, we've proven as a CCC that we can handle this industry. So I just want to thank our team that does the work in and out. We were reminded yesterday that our team works more than 37.5 hours a week. And I know this morning when we got here, a lot of us talked about being out by 4 and 5 in the morning this morning, just thinking about today's meeting. So, I mean, that stuff is real. So I just want to say thank you again for that. Commissioner Roy, you and I are leading the public awareness campaign that is not funded right now. And, you know, you did a great job with the curriculum in terms of gathering, you know, agencies and resources to be able to do that. And I know that you're bringing that energy and that perspective to the public awareness. The sort of rereading, Commissioner Stebbins, you just talked about this, you know, we'll be here again at some point. I know there's folks in the audience, you know, thank you for being here. I know some of you, but thank you for just always showing up, right? Because at the end of the day, you all are the ones who are going to be really implementing the day-to-day with your customers and the folks that you serve. So really thank you for showing up. Lucas, I like the tie.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Stebbins, like you said, there's 100 things that will have to happen. once we get to this. And I know it's something that people do not want to hear, but this is going to take a while. Just because we're here today does not mean that social consumption, will happen tomorrow. Cities and towns have to opt in. They have to figure out their processes. We have to figure out our processes. I've said this before to the team, Massachusetts has waited long enough for social consumption. We got to get it right. And taking our time and having this discussion, and having everybody on our team today here at the table. We usually don't sit like this. We should, but we usually don't, right? So just having everybody here. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Roy, anything you want to add?
I think you said it all, Acting Chair and Commissioner Camargo, and thank you so much for all the work you put in and the team at this table and for everyone sitting here with us today and everybody that's opined on these regulations. And I just kind of want to set the bar because we do want to get this right. And I don't, it might take multiple days to go through. It must weigh like 6 pounds. So might take us multiple days. There's still some things, we had contemplated, medical patients, and the medical program is really near and dear to my heart. And there's some things that might require further outreach or work to help this be inclusive of our medical patients. So we're wading through those waters too, to try to assess that and figure that out with our team here. I just want to make already a pin. So for 550, when we get to 556A1, I will need a legal break to convene with Mike Baker. So when we get to that, I will need a legal break at that point. No, very, very excited for today. We want to just, we always uphold public health and public safety, and we're very mindful of that as we work through these regulations. This will be a new business opportunity for folks. And I want to thank the team that, the working group and my fellow commissioners who really thought outside of the box to create 3 license types within 1 license type. So, that was great thinking, a pro-business way of thinking, but again, upholding public health and public safety. So having said that, let's roll up our sleeves and let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I'll turn it over to our Executive Director before we jump into this.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just like to remind internal, external stakeholders that are following this discussion that we're getting in depth into draft regulations, which can be confusing watching remotely or even in the room. But there is a PowerPoint presentation available for resource materials to follow along with the process. I'd also like to specifically call out that today's discussion is related to promulgation, which was previously discussed, and that additional focus on obtaining the resources needed in FY26 and beyond for the future implementation is very much on my mind. Implementation, including new resources within metric, training resources, and personnel are not currently within our operating budget, which was mentioned. This does not need to hold back our discussion today, but I do want to put it in the context of our ongoing state budget process as we look to collaborate with the legislature, which I mentioned earlier. Today, you will hear quite a bit from our legal staff and our INE, so I'll hold off on thanking them for all their work because it's obviously ongoing. But I would like to highlight the work done to date by the Government Affairs and Policy team related to the state-by-state comparison of similar social consumption regulations to determine best practices, and the Herculean effort of culling external stakeholder feedback from previous comment periods to date. Lastly, while this work product is critically important to our mission and the industry, this process can't be rushed, which has been recognized here. It's important that we get this right and not expedite the discussion. As such, I'd like to note from the outset that for any questions that require direct legal response, I'd like to ask the acting chair to allow for short recesses as needed to address legal questions. And now through the chair, I'd like to pass it to the legal team to start the discussion.
Thank you very much. All right, so the first amendment occurs on page 4. It's beverage.
Mike, pull the mic just a little bit closer. Speak up just a little bit louder.
Sure. The first amendment is on page 4, beverage. And Just to speak briefly of how we'll conduct it. So Rachel's going to be leading us through the next amendments and reading off of the red lines that you all have in front of you. So I'll turn it to her.
The first one is on page 4. It's the definition of beverage. It is beverage means a non-alcoholic marijuana infused product in liquid form intended for drinking.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Okay, I just have a little concern with the word liquid. We all know there's Jello shots, there's frozen drinks, there's alcohol infused ice cubes that, which I knew melt to a liquid, but I just think liquid boxes us in. It's a little overly prescriptive. So someone could technically give out Jello shots. Get rid of liquid. The liquid wasn't in the, well, how did liquid come to be? It wasn't in the,
It was in the original.
oh, it was in the original. I guess it all melts down to a liquid. I don't know, do we need liquid?
Or- I mean, thinking in the context of Jello shot, is that more of an edible than a liquid? There we go.
Yeah. All right. Beverage means a non-alcoholic marijuana infused product intended for drinking. Why do we need, I just don't know why we need liquid. Wouldn't beverage incorporate what we're trying to get, the word beverage?
So just to put it into context, the initial version that was amended prior to us making these amendments
Mhm.
was beverage means a liquid intended for drinking.
Right.
So it was a very simple definition.
Right.
And that's why the main purpose for making this amendment is so that we clarify that this is an infused product. It's
non-alcoholic.
well, it's non-alcoholic, but it is infused with cannabis. So that's the main reason for making that amendment. But I understand your point.
Can you repeat that? So it was the purpose of beverage. Say that again.
Sure. The purpose for making the amendment relative to beverages, obviously beverages are going to be consumed at these
Like
establishments.
infused seltzers, marijuana infused
Yep.
seltzers. Okay.
But the other reason for making the amendment is that beverage shows up throughout the regulations a few times, which you'll see later on in the amendments.
Yeah.
Where it didn't actually mean infused products. So beverage just meant it could be a soda or water. So we needed to go through and clarify that by defining it and by saying that it is an infused product. So that was the intent of the amendment here.
Okay. And I'm gonna have more questions probably than anybody because I wasn't part of this. So, okay.
What are your thoughts? Do you want to?
Beverage means the non-alcoholic marijuana infused product in liquid form intended for drinking. As opposed to beverage means a non-alcoholic marijuana infused product intended for drinking. I don't think you need liquid form. Beverage is intended for drinking.
Yeah, Jim,
Sure.
from a legal perspective, do we need it?
I'm not sure. I'll have to double check.
Okay.
Ready?
So, but in the context of the whole package, right, if this is not just about beverages and a Jello shot, for as the example, falls into an edible category, should we put it in the question in the context of sort of the whole package? I think this is speaking about one particular item.
Yeah.
And you're mentioning a gray area that may lead into.
So just put a pin in it and we'll reflect as we go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First pin.
See that for refitting. All right. All right.
If I may, Chair, and I think,
Sure.
Commissioner Roy, you had, when we first looked at this, a few months ago, you had mentioned making sure that this was very clear. And I think that this is what we
Yeah.
tried to do, was make it clear,
Yeah.
which a beverage means a non-alcoholic marijuana infused product in a liquid form. So really, This is really infused drinks.
Okay.
I'm okay with leaving it in. 'Cause I think it's as clear as, at least for me, it's clear from the one that we had before that you asked us to change. But we can, again, put a pin in it, however, but we need more clarity.
Okay.
Next change.
All right, next one is the definition to close associate. It means a person who holds a relevant managerial, operational, or financial interest in the business of an applicant or licensee, and by virtue of that interest or power is able to exercise a significant influence over the corporate governance of a marijuana establishment, an MTC or independent testing laboratory, license under 935 CMR 500. A close on-site consumption licensee may contract with a non-cannabis business to operate within the non-cannabis business's physical space, and the non-cannabis business shall be considered a close associate by virtue of this relationship alone. A marijuana event organizer licensee may contract with a non-cannabis business to operate within the non-cannabis business's physical space, and the non-cannabis business shall be considered a close associate by virtue of this relationship alone.
And just for clarity, so this incorporates the hospitality and event, but obviously supplemental is already an established ME. So it's exclusive of supplemental, just for the public.
Right.
Okay.
And it just offers, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, it just offers further clarity of I'm having an event in somebody's space, or I'm opening up my hospitality license with someone's space. That relationship doesn't automatically suggest that the landlord or the business owner, the non-cannabis landlord or business owner, is not automatically assumed to be a close associate. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
And we do make further amendments in this in a similar way later on, which you'll see. So this is just the first of those types of amendments. And then if you wouldn't mind, I'd also like to capitalize associate after close associate in both of those sentences. So just a technical amendment there.
Makes sense. Commissioner, go ahead.
And just for clarity, maybe to our licensing team, for a close associate, for an ME, they have to go through the normal course of suitability, correct? Like background checks, fingerprinting, what happens with a close associate normally? Yes. Okay, and so with the hospitality and event, so if Kim Roy's yoga studio wants to pair up with Bruce Stebbins Cannabis, so I don't have to go through, I'm just hosting it, like they're renting my space, so I don't have to go through the suitability rigors, if you will, of background checks and fingerprinting. And
That's what this definition appears to convey. But yeah, I mean, if
does enforcement have any concerns with this? Do you have any concerns that these people will not be going through that process?
Commissioner Wright, to answer your question, we're always looking to make sure that there's no control or implications related to that, right?
Right.
So the key thing is we'd have to figure out with that close associate situation, do we have anything that could allude or create an appearance of any type of, ownership or control? And so to answer your question, I mean, it's loaded.
Yeah.
It's a very loaded question, but I think what we would need to do in this situation, it looks like Michael Baker, get it ready?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that their concern, because they raised their concern, we inserted this amendment.
Who's they?
Enforcement advocated for for something to be done relative to this definition because they saw something that they were concerned with. So that's, again, the reason why we amended this definition is because I would say they raised a concern relative to the two license types that are defined here.
And what concern did you raise?
The concern that we raised was that the person who has listed the space would have authority over the space.
Yeah,
Because they would have authority over the
Yes.
space. Then our concern would be if we now, they're not, because the key thing is the license activities, right?
yes.
So now you're renting the space from this individual, but the licenses activities are happening within your
Yes,
premise.
so I have the same concerns you have.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, okay, but if you're renting from me and I'm not a close associate, you have no way to know if I'm a upstanding person right, based on this definition.
Which is why we asked for that definition to be made clear, because again, to address the concern or to come up with some sort of a resolution to that, for enforcement related purposes, we are always going to be concerned about that space and all the
Okay.
activities happening with that's
So-
within that space.
So there could be an instance where someone could not pass our suitability tables, but host this event. If I trafficked to minors and I didn't, I can't be an ME, I can't pass suitability, but I can host this event now? Is that what that says?
In essence,
Theory?
in essence, what we would need to do, let's say that is the scenario, let's go with that, with that case scenario there. Would have to refer that matter over to Enforcement Council for further due diligence reviewed. Would have to do that because again, we don't want it to be a situation where we're automatically having to, approve individuals. But if let's say that is the case, there's a suitability review that's required, would have to send it over to Enforcement Council. But I'll have EC, chime in or jump in related to this.
Sure. Thank you, Chief Jones, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for the question. So just to kind of look at this from a holistic perspective, a close associate is in our definition of persons having direct or indirect control of a license. So under the prior definition, as Chief Jones mentioned, our concern was that based on that definition, the host or the owner of the location where that event would be occurring could potentially be construed as a close associate as having an interest or power and able to exercise significant influence over the governance of that establishment and particularly of that event. So here with this amendment to that definition, my understanding here is just to clarify that solely by hosting the event or allowing one of these marijuana establishments to rent your space to conduct one of these events, that does not make you a close associate just by that relationship alone. However, to your point, if there was kind of more influence in that relationship, if that relationship went farther than just you have rented my space, there could be an ownership interest and that could implicate our suitability tables. So to your point, right now, if they were not a close associate, if they were not involved with the marijuana establishment, our suitability tables would not apply. If they were deemed to be a close associate, either through additional investigation or we received additional documentation that alludes to that relationship, then Table A would apply as our suitability Table A would apply to identify any suitability issues would be implicated there. But yes, if they are not a close associate, if they are not an owner involved with that marijuana establishment, the suitability tables would likely not apply in those instances.
Commissioner?
So to reiterate, if I trafficked to young people and I couldn't pass our suitability, technically, based on this, I could host an event.
My understanding of this is that you would not be hosting the event. It is the licensee.
I'm renting my space to host the event.
Yes, but in that
could,
instance,
that's-
you are not involved with the marijuana establishment directly. And
correct?
based on this definition, by virtue of that relationship alone, they would not be considered a close associate.
Can we add language to this that upon request, the commission commission could, ask for more information upon request, because how do you know who's hosting? You will know who's hosting. You'll know I'm renting my space. The commission will know that.
I'm sorry, just as one note, I would not recommend if the commission wanted to contemplate adding language to that effect, I wouldn't recommend adding that in this section because
Okay.
this is the definition. I would recommend adding that into the actual regulations so
Yep.
that we would be able to enforce it.
Just for, Chief, did you have something?
Right, so Commissioner, the process would be for us, we would need additional, would have to receive additional documentation to ensure that that relationship is not one of which triggers control or ownership. That's going to be a key factor when we're looking into this. So
Right.
that way you can then address those concerns. Would ensure that during our due diligence review process, at all times, we have all documentation that speaks to the relationship so that it's clearly defined that the relationship is specifically based on just renting space, and there's nothing else going on related to control ownership.
And I agree, Tim, this might not be the appropriate space, but I have public safety concerns. Like, how do you know I'm renting the space? I'm going to attend the event. And I have a felony, trafficking into minors. How do you know that?
If I may, Commissioner, what's contemplated here is bringing it closer to the relationship that, let's say, a traditional retailer would have with a traditional landlord. We don't check the background of landlords. So you could have somebody that I own a piece of property, I rent it out to somebody, and in the past I traffic to minors. We don't check that anyway. And they own the property, there's a marijuana establishment working in there. And as long as I am not a plant touching party and I'm not saying, hey, hire this employee, fire this employee, for example, that would be an example of, I'm doing something that's ownership and control like activity. That wouldn't necessarily be a problem for like a traditional retailer, wouldn't create that relationship. This definition is to kind of bring into perspective that we're trying to treat this in a similar way for organizations where I may not be renting out the whole building, but I might be renting out a piece of the building, like, all right, go over here, do your thing. I might close at 5. So that kind of means you have to close at 5. But I'm not controlling your business. I'm not deciding you pay me some rent, you run your own thing, and I'm not touching the plant. That's what this is intended to address.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, Bill, that's super helpful, that explanation. I just want to make sure we don't create a loophole for someone that couldn't pass suitability. And this is kind of like so that's, I'm just thinking of unintended consequences and how do we safeguard public safety? So that's why I bring this up in public.
No, I think it's a good point. Mike, did you want to?
Sorry, yeah, because the landlord is not seeking licensure, I'm not sure if we would be able to review their background material, so.
And I think as I read this language, it's the jumping off point. It's, I'm renting space from you. That doesn't automatically assume just because you're renting me space that you're a close associate. If the business relationship becomes a little bit more, where you're taking a percentage of my revenue or you're doing the hiring and firing, now all of a sudden you're drifting into that close associate space because you are having a direct control over my operation. So I think it's more the starting point, and it's, I think to Chief Jones's point, it's the additional information we pull later that we can see if there are other problems or somebody would trigger that close associate definition. Go ahead.
So if the host markets the event in their newsletters, on their website.
The host or the owner of the location?
The owner of the location. So Kim Roy's yoga studio, I start to market, I have newsletters, I put up posters, yeah. What do we trend into?
For me, I wouldn't think that would necessarily trigger the close associate status because you're not having a relevant managerial, operation, or financial interest. Because you might be worried about your own financial interest. You're still not controlling the licensees.
And just a additional point of clarity on that point. Often ownership and control is not a black and white process. So you can always get extreme examples that, okay, that one's easy. And of course, enforcement counsel will jump in and correct me in an instant if I say this wrong. But a lot of the time it does require a case-by-case analysis. It isn't a thing where it's you simply look at the regs and look at a situation and say, oh, that's ownership and control, this is not. There would be more of in the instant that you just, in the hypothetical that you just posed, well, it depends on what kind of advertising, who's controlling this, who's setting everything up, who's running the door. There would have to be a factual analysis to come to the conclusion, okay, this case you are exercising significant ownership and control.
We will look at that if need be.
Yes, it isn't simply the door is either open or closed process.
Commissioner, go ahead.
I have a question for licensing. So do we look at the leases of our MEs? Is that part of the licensing process?
We do review the leases, yes. There are certain things that we look for compliance, but to Phil's point before, just to clarify, we don't run background checks on the landlords unless they are on the license record.
So my question here would be, will we be looking at these rental contracts? Will they be part of the licensing process?
I mean, when we get further into the regs, when we get further into the regs, we'll look at it. But yeah, that's something that I think we should probably do.
We need to consider that, right?
Yeah.
Commissioner Kumar.
Just for clarification purposes, you're saying, Olivia, I heard what you said in terms of like, we got to keep kind of going through the details, but we don't do it now.
We do.
We do for the owners suitability. I mean, for
No.
No. Okay.
Right now, for all any new license applications, we look at the lease documents unless they own the building.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but we look at property
Yes,
documentation.
absolutely. Okay, thank you. That's what I want clarification.
Your director or chief,
Mhm.
whoever defers to who.
Yeah, so it's okay. So Commissioner Roy, what we're going to be doing, because it's a new license type,
Yeah.
we definitely have to look at the lease so that we can make sure
Thank
that
you.
there's no implications of control on the show. And then also to part of your last question, our jurisdiction is always over the licensee.
That's right.
So if there's any type of advertising going on and things of that nature, we have to see if our licensees are actually playing a role, or also participating in the same or similar fashion as you prescribed. But at all relevant times, if we have allegations whereby there's an indication that we need to look further, we are always going to do that. For anything related to anything that could be non-compliant or anything that could fall within the purview where we have to look into a situation further to see if there anything that could lead to us having to take further action. As Flo said, it's on a case-by-case scenario. So in that scenario, if a complaint came in, would have to look further to see, one, is our licensee involved? Two, when the individual decided to do so, are there any implication that our licenses also played a fundamental role as far as being involved in the advertising of those products and things of that nature? And then also that, additionally, there wouldn't be any control on ownership issues. It's a case-by-case scenario or basis.
Yeah.
Catherine, did you want to add anything or were you good?
Yes, I was just going to say, additionally, with this definition, we wanted to, as far as my concern for my team with enforcement is that there's clear parameters.
Mhm.
So whether it's Olivia's team conducting the initial review of these applications, or if it's referred over to my team for a due diligence review, specifically financially for the any ownership concerns, we wanted some flexibility built in so that it makes it clear that if it's just the lease relationship, if it's just
Mhm.
the same way as Phil alluded to, landlords are treated now, that wouldn't, stop the process, that there were some parameters built in to show that if this is just a straight lease, no additional controlling provisions, it wouldn't put you in the person or entity with having direct or indirect control. But as, Chief Jones certainly mentioned, if there's something in the lease that sparks a red flag with Olivia's team review, if it needs to be referred over to my team, we would certainly want those documents just upfront in terms of the application. And I know we'll get more into this once we go through the license types. That will add time to the process as well. So if this is meant to be something very quick, we want to host an event this weekend. There might be a reality check there in terms of if we need to do a due diligence review, what that looks like.
And you got my wheel spinning, and I'm, obviously public safety, public health. So we can control, we have jurisdiction over the licensees, but not Kim Roy's Yoga that's leasing the space. But if Kim Roy's Yoga wants to advertise to minors about this event, or the 85% that we have strict composition, audience composition rules, can I throw those aside? Because you don't regulate me, so I can advertise the way I want.
Commissioner, I think we can go through different scenarios, but what I think maybe what we should be thinking about is while going through this process, how would we address that situation, right? So that's something to think about as we're going through this. But I think as far as the definition is concerned,
Right.
The way it's written and prescribed here, it serves its purposes because we want it to be a standalone relationship as far as leasing the space. However, I think we can probably now put a pin on this and see as we're going through further into the regulations, there might be sections in there that would allow us or give us an opportunity to enforce such instances or such.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to, for that conversation, so we do that.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do here, because we have to keep that lens as we go through all of this.
Right. Right.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, keep asking the questions, right? Because a lot of us have looked at this for the last, 6-7 months.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad, don't apologize. And even for our team, like in all fairness, everyone's looked at this, but these are the things that we have to figure out, which is why everyone's at the table. So
Thank you for the support.
and it's educational, right?
Yeah.
Because the public is hearing us having these conversations. They may be like, what, do they not know their own regs at times, right? But it's like, this is brand new. So all these fine details are things that are gonna have to be worked out throughout this conversation, but then also during implementation. But no, Commissioner Stebbins, that we really looked into public safety and public health as part of the overarching concept of these licenses. But those are really good questions. So I would just say, keep asking them, but also like for our team, like you don't have the answer, like it's okay. Put a pin on it, but use this time, because we are taking our time to educate us, as well as the public, on our current process, and then what it looks like as it pertains to these regulations right now. So sounds like we'll go to the next one.
All right, the next one is on page 9.
Just real quick, I know folks in the audience, you probably are hoping you could follow along with us on the regs up on the screen. We don't have the ability to do that. We'll try to look into it for our next meeting. But if you pull up our board book through the CCC's website, you can go through the regs with us probably on your phone. The regs are there on the CCC website for today's meeting agenda. So might be the best way to follow us right now. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, page 9, it is consumption area definition. Means a designated space approved by the commission in a social consumption establishment's premises where consumers may purchase or consume marijuana or marijuana products. Consumption areas may be considered an indoor smoking consumption area, an indoor non-smoking consumption area, an outdoor smoking consumption area, or an outdoor non-smoking consumption area.
Good.
I just want to thank the team for incorporating my edits there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. All right. Yes.
By the way, Commissioner Roy, because of the open meeting law, we don't know what the edits are until today. Well, until Saturday that we got the rec. So, yeah, but thank you for,
Let's go to the next definition.
The next one is. It is right underneath, the cooling down area definition means a designated space approved by the commission within a social consumption establishment's premises free of the consumption of marijuana or marijuana products where consumers may recover from actual or suspected overconsumption of marijuana or marijuana products.
Commissioner Roy.
I'd like to add, in inhalation.
Where in the definition you want to?
Cooling down area means a designated space approved by the commission within a social consumption establishment's premises free of the consumption or inhalation of marijuana or marijuana products where consumers may recover from actual suspected overconsumption. So you can be in an area where they're not consuming, but if you're still inhaling it.
Okay.
We need to vote. It's not, you got it.
What's that?
Is there consistency with that?
Yeah. That's it. Commissioner Martin. Okay.
if I may, Commissioner Roy, just to kind of talk through why you're adding that. I think I know why, but it's so that while someone's cooling down and they're, have overconsumed, that they're not getting extra high.
Right, like a contact high or, yeah.
That's in place, yeah. So the cooling space should be clear of,
Yeah,
you can't cool down in the same spot where everybody else is smoking or doing everything else. So just for purposes, yeah, okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, next one is on page 13. And it is the hospitality on-site consumption definition, means a type of license within the social consumption establishment license classes where an eligible applicant or licensee may establish a new business or operate within an existing non-cannabis business to sell marijuana and marijuana products to consumers for consumption within the social consumption establishment's premises and in designated consumption areas.
We have a technical amendment. Switching the and to or here, between marijuana or marijuana products.
So after marijuana, you want to include and or?
Switch from and to or.
Okay. Everybody see that? I think it's the third line. Good, Commissioner.
When it says eligible applicant or licensee, that applicant, the word applicant covers the word entity. Because applicant sounds singular. So an entity could, applicant would cover entity as well. I just want to clarify. Okay. I think so. Just maybe reread it one more time.
Go ahead.
I have a question for, when you say establish a new business, can you give me the mindset of that?
What are you referring to?
So hospitality on-site consumption means a type of license within the social consumption establishment license classes, where an eligible applicant or licensee may establish a new business
Mhm.
or operate with an existing non-cannabis business to sell marijuana products. So can you explain that? The new
So
business?
The new business versus the so
Yeah,
I think giving a license, again, this is my own thoughts on the question. Giving the opportunity for Kim Roy wants to now start a yoga studio, which is going to be selling marijuana or marijuana products versus there's an existing yoga studio. You want to go in and lease part of the space, and part of the space, a defined space, you will conduct your business there to sell marijuana or marijuana products. So not limiting it to I have to go partner with somebody, but I could actually open my own space.
okay.
Okay. All right,
But,
go ahead.
okay, so this is where I get confused on the close associate. Then I would be a close associate if I open my own space and I'm gonna regularly,
If you're opening your own space and you're doing it all, you're not a close associate. You're renting out your own space. I think where we go back to close associate is trying to stress that just somebody being a landlord doesn't necessarily mean they have influence over your business. So, but in a hospitality, we're leaving some space open here that I might go in, I might rent the space, I might control all of the space versus somebody who wants to go in.
then I'd be subject to suitability,
So beginning.
right?
For document. Not even a public.
Philip, go ahead.
Just so hospitality is a very flexible license class, so it can become a little confusing. This is meant to encompass both, like, let's say that you own the land, you want to run your yoga studio, and you want to include cannabis in it. You are going to be a close associate of yourself. So of course, you've already jumped through all the background check hoops and everything. We aren't really concerned about, your conduct of the yoga studio. I mean, whether you have the right licenses or certification.
That's right.
That's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about what are you doing handling the marijuana or marijuana products at that location. So if you're a close associate of yourself, just being a close associate doesn't mean that, oh, you can't be a part of this industry. It just means that you have to go through our process. What the non-cannabis business would allow to happen is you could have your cannabis business, which we are concerned about, embedded into the non-cannabis business. So you have two entities. You don't own the yoga studio though.
But this is saying I can't.
If you're wearing both hats. But if somebody else is wearing the cannabis hat and you're just running a yoga studio saying,
No, yeah,
Come on.
but this is saying I can wear both hats, but on its face, the close associate is not applicable to hospitality on site.
no, the prior definition means that relationship on its own doesn't create that. If you have other things going on, that can generate that. Just like a landlord-tenant relationship.
So this on its face doesn't conflict with close associate.
No,
Okay. Thank you.
All right, move. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Just to clarify, because I feel like there's still some confusion here. if you're going to start your own business in a new location, you can use this license type to do that. And you wouldn't run afoul of the close associate because you would be being licensed. So it's your place. Whereas if you're looking to operate out in an existing business right now, that's why we had to make those amendments in the alternative.
This is where I get, I think, unintended consequences. So my imaginary sister, I have a sister, owns the yoga studio. And I'm gonna do my events there. That's family, but I don't consider them a close associate because they're not wearing that hat. I am. So this is where I get a little, my radar goes up a little because people will find loopholes. And their brother owns or sister owns the yoga studio. And they're gonna host the events. But we have no we have no control based on the definition of close associate. They're saying they're not a close, but they're family. So all I'm saying is we have to be thinking of loopholes that could happen.
But to your point, they wouldn't be allowed, based on how this draft is written, they wouldn't be allowed to collect any of the sales. They would just be able to collect a fee for housing that business. And just to further clarify, there's two different ways that this relationship could occur. One is in the hospitality space where they would be physically there in one location versus the marijuana event space, which I think is the hypothetical you're raising there, which would be temporary. So, yeah, I hope that helps to clarify.
Commissioner Camargo, and then, Bill.
I was gonna ask for a 5-minute restroom break.
Okay,
Okay,
we can have that.
I did. And then
Alright.
just maybe take a pause and then come back to refresh.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All right, let's be in recess. We'll come back at 11:05.
Thank you. I did. You guys want to get coffee? Or-
You don't have to.
yeah, let's go again.
I looked it up, I downloaded the file from the commission's website, there's no involved together. I guess it's your speech, what the law is.
I'm so sick of this and having us try to directly respond, like, we should not directly respond against materials that.
We stay.
I just appreciate you. Yeah, but you're not.
All right. All right, thank you. Welcome back. Just a quick note. Certainly appreciate all of you who have shown up to listen to our discussions and deliberations. Happy to connect with you during the breaks. However, as we're going through the regs, if you can keep the conversations at a whisper level, we would greatly appreciate it so we can all hear the conversations between all of us up here. So with that, Commissioner Roy, you wanted to pick up on the hospital.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everyone for, I don't want to say indulging me on my questions, but going through them with me. I just want to say for the record, though, I'm not comfortable with the close associate definition. If we can give it more thought, I think we're boxing ourselves in a little bit on that, and I'm not at 100% comfort level, but I want to keep moving on, and we can move on from the hospitality. I was just wondering how it ties back to the close associate. I do a lot of roundtables, as we all do, meeting with stakeholders, and I hear about things anecdotally where, and this is why I have lobbied for ownership and control to be on the license tracker, because we hear about things anecdotally, folks getting creative with ownership and control. I hear that all the time. And so my point is, if we're boxed ourselves in on this, folks get creative. And so I just want us to just look at this definition again and make sure we're all comfortable, because I'm not 100% comfortable where that is right now. And we can keep going. I just want to,
Associate.
yes. Yeah. So I just, for the record, I don't have a full comfort level with that definition.
Okay.
May I, Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Roy, yes, I think that was clear, and we put a pin on it to kind of come back.
Yeah.
But I'll also just say to our staff too, I know that we're here, we're also working on other stuff, but I would ask folks to be fully present and jump in when you need to, because I think as commissioners, we start going down a rabbit hole at times. And you all can kind of help and jump in and bring us back in terms of educating us on some of these things. So I welcome that. The other thing I just wanted to mention, and we didn't mention it earlier, but Akila Armstrong, who has been part of the social consumption team since the beginning, is here. She's sitting in the audience, not at the table today, but I just want to thank Akila for all that you've done and all your work in making sure that we have stayed organized and have tracked every single meeting, person, email, call, everything. So Akila, I know you're there today for backup, so we appreciate you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we'll move down to the next definition, which is indoor non-smoking.
Yep, page 13, indoor non-smoking consumption area means a location where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products in the form of edibles, MIPs, and beverages in an enclosed space on the premises of a social consumption establishment, but shall not consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization. Tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in any indoor non-smoking consumption area.
Any questions? Yeah, move along to the next one. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
I had a technical amendment from legal on this for the sake of grammar. Mike, if you would mind dropping it into the chat. I'd strike the section and replace with the following language. Indoor non-smoking consumption area means an enclosed space on the premises of a social consumption establishment where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products in the form of edibles, MIPs, and beverages, where, however, consumers may not consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization. This amendment also includes striking the tobacco language from the end of it. The purpose of this is because the restriction on the sale or consumption of tobacco is more of a regulatory requirement rather than a definition. And it is also already contained within section 141.6, which already states that no marijuana establishment can sell or allow the consumption of tobacco on its premises anyway. Also, in terms of if we say in 20 places, tobacco shall not be sold or consumed, in one place it isn't, that can lead to the confusion that, oh, well, in this case, it's okay. Sort of a case of unintended consequences.
If I may, and
Commissioner Camargo.
yeah, and I think that we did put that last sentence everywhere to like triple, but I hear you. I hear you.
Commissioner Wright.
I'd like to keep the last sentence in. We're being consistent with statute language. So, and to Commissioner Camargo's point, we did put it everywhere. And if we go through and we find omissions, we can add them.
We just read what.
Yeah, take a moment, read the new language in the chat.
Oh.
Tim? By the way, I apologize if I'm just using people's first names and not going through your whole titles. So that way we can
No
maybe
problem.
move the conversation along a little bit quicker, but
Yeah,
respect all of you at the table. I'm just,
Tim is fine acting chair always. But yeah, I just wanted to make a note on that last sentence. Just from an enforceability standpoint, that language wouldn't be necessary to enforce that in here. It's a part of the definition. That's not what me or my team would rely on when enforcing this. We would rely on the actual regulatory prohibition. So if it's the board's intent to keep that for clarity, that is at your discretion. But just if there were issues or concerns about enforcing the fact that tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in an indoor non-smoking consumption area, I would not have those enforceability concerns there.
Thank you for that.
thank you, Tim. There's a suggestion, a minor technical, can we capitalize premises?
I'd like it there for clarity.
Okay. All right. Now we can move on to the next one.
Well, where did we leave it?
Any question, any clarification or thoughts on?
Can you just read what Mike posted?
Sure. The new language would read, indoor non-smoking consumption area means an enclosed space on the premises of a social consumption establishment where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products in the form of edibles, MIPs, and beverages, where, however, consumers may not consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization. Tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in any indoor non-smoking consumption area. Commissioner Wright?
Can someone define enclosed space? Does it mean walls? Does it mean just an awning?
If you look at 141, section 11, that's
Yeah.
where we define it further.
141.11.
That's the outdoor consumption area. Oh, sorry, outdoor smoking consumption area requirements.
But
Commissioner Wright?
so what does enclosed, as it applies to indoor, what does it mean?
If I may, elsewhere in the regulations, and we'll get to them, I believe it's defined as impermeable barriers. So smoke or anything is not going outside of that room. There's also other regulations related to ventilation or the air pressure in that space as well to make sure it's a negative air pressure as we go further along.
So I think, Commissioner, to your point, we'll define
Mhm.
what constitutes an indoor smoking area further in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next one is on the top of page 14. It is indoor smoking consumption area. Means a location where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization in addition to edibles, MIPs, and beverages in an enclosed space on the premises of a social consumption establishment. Tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in any indoor smoking consumption area.
You want to offer a similar edit to how we defined indoor non-consumption?
Yes.
Indoor non-combustible, sorry.
Yes, yes, Commissioner. A similar technical amendment to clean up the grammar as well, which will be dropped in the chat shortly. Indoor smoking consumption area means an enclosed space on the premises of a social consumption establishment where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization, in addition to edibles, MIPs, and beverages.
With the same tagline of tobacco.
With the same striking of the tobacco language at the end.
Okay, Commissioner, go ahead.
Just have a question on the list of products. Do we need to add tinctures? Because tincture is not edible. Is it always considered an MIP? Like, in other words, we don't want to prohibit people from being able to, I just want to make sure we're inclusive enough here. Unless if you feel it falls under one of these other categories, edibles, MIPs, or beverages.
Go ahead.
Catherine has.
Catherine, go ahead.
The definition of marijuana infused product says, but not limited to edibles, ointments, aerosols, oils, and tinctures.
So as long as it's covered, okay. Thank you, Catherine.
Any other questions?
All right, next one is on page 17. It is the marijuana event organizer definition. Means a type of license within the social consumption establishment license classes where an eligible applicant or licensee may coordinate temporary consumption events after obtaining a temporary on-site consumption permit for each temporary consumption event by the commission. Marijuana event organizers may select in its application the option to warehouse marijuana and marijuana products at its principal place of business. Marijuana event organizers are responsible for all security, age verification, and all other licensed activities at a temporary consumption event.
Obviously, I think it's important to remember that we will have a responsibility in licensing a temporary marijuana event. There is also going to be a huge local component to it as well. Local entities will have the authority to obviously create whatever type of event permitting process that they choose to use, or they may already currently use for permits under their own jurisdiction. Commissioner Reagan.
Can you walk me through this definition? So marijuana event organizer may select in its application the option to warehouse and marijuana permit for each temporary consumption event by the commission. Marijuana event organizers may select in its application the option to warehouse marijuana and marijuana products at its principal place of business. So they would be subject to inspections and everything, right? Under 500. Okay.
If I may.
Commissioner Martin.
And Commissioner Roy, this event, event organizer is one that I think after Monday, we'll probably just take a break and regroup with our, I&E team as well. Because this one is a little bit more complicated,
Yeah, it is.
but you know, we're walking through it. So
I think this one generated the most
questions, yeah.
outside commentary during our informal comment period, so.
I guess,
Go ahead.
so they can off-site warehouse, doesn't have to be on-site where the event is held.
Right. They'll still be required to do an HCA, right? Even if it's a desk and a laptop to organize their events, they're still going to be required to have an HCA. The question is if at that HCA location, they also choose to warehouse or store product that they will sell at their next event. That's an option that they have to select.
Just for some clarity, because some of the definitions get more clear as we go along and you get into what the powers of an organizer are. But generally it is contemplated in the regulations that you can have two different kinds, broadly speaking, of organizers. There's ones that are going to set up and sell their own product at an event that I create the event, I come in with my own product, I sell it at the event. When they're not at the event, they need somewhere to put the stuff, which would be the principal place of business here. There's also the reason the language includes that they can select that they want to warehouse is because warehousing creates a very large capital cost, but you can be a type of organizer that just works with existing marijuana establishments to, I'm going to facilitate hosting an event. I'm not warehousing your product. You have to handle that. But I'm going to facilitate getting you into an event. That's the way the language is contemplated here. I'd also like to just propose a small technical amendment here. Right at the part that Commissioner Roy highlighted, option to warehouse marijuana and marijuana products at its principal place of business. I'd like to change the word and to or, option to warehouse marijuana or marijuana products at its principal place of business, just to, so the requirement is disjunctive rather than conjunctive.
You give that editorial change again.
Yeah, one second.
Hang on just a second. So. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just about process. I appreciate we've been putting these changes in the chat. If we can put all of these, even ministerial edits, and that it kind of memorializes it for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, so Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
If we could just go up to marijuana establishment definition, ME. While we're making edits here, this isn't directly related, but we need to add standards laboratory in there because we didn't get an application for one. It just caught my eye. So I don't know if this is the appropriate time.
We can add that in. I think we can add that in there. Mike?
I'm not sure if that would be the best location for it.
Because we have ITLs there and research facility, but okay.
All right, can we pin it?
And I just pin it. I just, while we're here, we're all here, I'm just thinking of it.
So we can move on to the
Mhm.
next definition.
Next one is on page 19. It is non-cannabis business, means a business entity not licensed by the commission under 935 CMR 500 0506 and 935 CMR 500 141. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house a hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event organizer.
Commissioner Roy?
Are they housing the licensee or are they housing the licensee's event?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Perhaps in part to answer your question, I wanted to propose a technical amendment to add at the very end, or a temporary consumption event. We'll drop that in the chat shortly. This would be similar to what I mentioned earlier, the idea with a hospitality that you could have a marijuana establishment embedded into a non-cannabis business. This would be baked into this definition, or a non-cannabis business that is hosting a cannabis event. Like if you owned a field, for example, and you're hosting a fairground or something of that nature. It would be, I'm the non-cannabis business, but I am housing a temporary consumption event like within that space.
Can you read your amendment? Can you?
I'm sorry, I'll read through the whole thing. I'm sorry, that's my fault.
All right.
Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission under 935 CMR 500 0506 and 935 CMR 500 141. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house a hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event organizer or a temporary consumption event.
Thank you. That satisfies what I was asking.
Can I add a friendly amendment to that? Can we just say a marijuana event organizers, temporary consumption event? Why not?
The reason I would not is because the principal place of business for a organizer could just be an office building somewhere. This would contemplate that, assuming that they're not warehousing everything.
Yeah, I'm okay with just adding or a temporary
Consumption event.
Yeah.
Mr. Acting Chair, in the chat is Phil's amendment.
Can you read it aloud?
Non-cannabis. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission under 935 CMR 500.0506 and 935 CMR 500.141. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house a hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event organizer or a temporary consumption event. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Could I just ask a quick clarifying question on the use of the word house? A hospitality on-site consumption license or marijuana event organizer license would it be more appropriate to say host? Is this because this is a temporary circumstance? I'll defer to my colleagues over in the legal department, but just out of curiosity.
We want to say house or host. House
to me
is,
seems to
house is
imply
more,
Yeah, like where?
host is temporary. If we, by including both, it would give them the option.
How's our host?
Yeah.
At host? Or host?
House or host.
I think that's more. I agree with you, Tim.
Either that or something along the lines like of who has leased.
Says house.
Yeah, I'm just kind of processing this at the moment, though, is I'm wondering if it's more appropriate to say not a business who has leased space to a hospitality on-site consumption license or temporary consumption license. I don't know how permanent or temporary we want to imply in this. I think that the operative thing that we're trying to get to is that there is that landlord-tenant relationship with one of these license types.
Right. Which is why, housing, we could at least, we could do add some additional language, but I hear you in terms of or host, because that recognizes the temporary nature of the use of the space. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, so I've had this question, but I don't know if this is the right time to ask it. Can the non-cannabis business, I guess I'll ask Phil, can they in-kind the space?
Define that for me, the in-kind part.
Donate, free, gratis.
As written, that's possible, although why would you?
My brother owns it, wants me to do well. Here you go, here's the space. In kind, this is an in-kind use of the space.
Well, sliding back to, I feel the specter of the earlier definition here is the way it's worded is the close associate is not triggered by the relationship of hosting alone. There's all sorts of other things that can trigger it. It's just the fact that you are hosting somebody, that alone won't do it. Now, if there's other things that are might feel a little suspicious. I mean, if I wanted to invite you over to I'm going to donate the space gratis, and in turn you have said, yeah, I'm in your contract for that. I'm going to donate 100% of my proceeds today to a charity or something. I wouldn't see necessarily a problem with that. Or if you were just a terrible business person and said, here, use my space forever for free.
You do that. Just because Tim said lease. Some people could do we could do a handshake. There is no lease. You could do $1 for the space. Here's $1 for the space. So that's why I'm saying we have to be mindful of this language. People could in-kind the space, a handshake for the space, $1 for the space, or it's not really a formally executed agreement.
Mr. Acting Chair, I believe enforcement would review the lease.
But if there's no lease.
Then they would have nothing to review.
Right, so that's why I'm saying we shouldn't put lease. Because
I added an amendment here to incorporate the word lease to the chat right now.
I don't think we should use the word lease.
If I may, just a
Uh,
point of clarification, I know I need you guys comment on this right now. To kind of bring it back a little bit, because we need some education.
We're still processing.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
no worries.
Yeah.
Me too, that's why I'm looking for other processors.
If I may, Commissioner Roy, so, Michael Baker, are you, Attorney Baker, are you asking that we add the word lease here?
I'm not comfortable with the word lease, because
Right,
we could have a handshake agreement.
right. So, okay, so then in that instance, it is fine because, but the most important thing is that they have to communicate that because it's part of the process.
Mhm.
We would have to look, we're looking at leasing agreement, so we have to treat everybody the same. So in that instance, if then it's part of the communication application to the commission, they would have to express that, you
Right.
know, in this instance, we're just, you know, offering a space for them to host the event. And then that's something that would make sure that we document.
Mhm.
Right.
I agree. It was, but I'm afraid we're gonna box ourselves in with the word lease.
Right, so then that's why I was seeking clarification. So
Yeah.
from an I&E perspective, it's okay if it's a situation, because there are instances like that, that gives them
Right.
an opportunity to be able to get into the business, right? So if you have a family member that has space or whoever has space and they are willing to allow you to be able to host an
That's
event,
right.
we don't see an issue with that.
That's
We don't
right.
have a problem with that at all, as long as they communicate that to us. Because we are going to be looking for a lease, and if we do add the word lease in there, then it's not going to go, it won't give them the opportunity to be able to do exactly what.
Right, but they added the word lease, so I'm saying we should take the word lease
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, asking to strike it out.
I'm asking you to strike out lease. And you guys
Yeah.
are okay.
I'm sorry, the initial definition doesn't have it in there, so do you want to leave that?
Catherine put provide space.
I think Deputy GC's question was, do you want to go back to the original as written? Is that where we are?
I think going back to the
Build.
original and adding house or host, because I think there is a temporary nature that we want to
Yes.
reflect,
Yes.
but we'll drop lease. Do you have a business relationship you want to tell us about?
One of Kim's yoga actors.
got friends.
Namaste.
The audience is invited. Yes, yes.
So-
Lucy.
Right. So the new language would read, non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission. Under 935 CMR 500.0506 and 935 CMR 500.141, non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house or host a hospitality on-site consumption licensee for a temporary consumption event. So we're also dropping, they don't need to house a marijuana event organizer, because I feel that would somewhat be outside of this. Right, that person's gonna have their own lease or rent someplace else. Or do we want to keep marijuana event organizers?
So. If I may, Commissioner,
Go ahead.
let me just give me a second so I can read that before we drop the event organizer.
Yeah, if I may, Dr. Jack,
Or
can we keep, you know, the marijuana event organizer for a temporary consumption event?
Mhm.
If we could do that, please,
okay,
because that will help us a lot.
I agree with that.
I can read it again if anybody needs.
Yes, please.
Well, could
I'll
we,
drop a note.
yes, please.
So the definition is edited would read, non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission under 935 CMR 500.0506, 935 CMR 500.141. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house or host a hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event. I think we want to say a marijuana
Licensee.
event organizer or a temporary consumption event?
Consumption licensee or marijuana event organizer licensee for consistency.
Okay. So it's housing or hosting, a hospitality licensee, marijuana event organizer licensee, or a temporary consumption event.
Or their temporary. I think you're missing a word. For such licensees, temporary consumption event.
He dropped new language in the chat. I think this encompasses it
I
all.
think you need or such licensees, temporary consumption event.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Because you're creating almost another class here. You've got to put or such licensees, temporary consumption event.
But if you look further down to temporary consumption event, a temporary on-site consumption permit, it talks about who's eligible to organize those.
I kind of want to understand what Commissioner Roy's interpreting. We're trying to add.
So temporary consumption event means an event that a marijuana event organizer facilitates after obtaining a temporary on-site. So it doesn't even talk about the host hospitality on-site consumption.
Just,
Go ahead.
just to clarify, so the temporary on-site consumption would only be through the marijuana event organizer. Hospitality would be a fixed location.
You thinking, Commissioner Roy?
I read it as housing or hosting three separate things.
Mhm.
House or host a hospitality on-site consumption licensee. What does that mean?
They're providing space for a hospital. You know, this gets back to that non-cannabis business. I'm hosting Kim's Yoga within my existing business. Not licensed, but I'm hosting you. You're the person that the CCC regulates. I think it,
But we're hosting the on-site consumption licensees event. We're hosting the marijuana event organizers event. Not just hosting them for,
you could. I think it's I look at it as it's inclusive enough for us to say, I'm a non-cannabis business. I want Commissioner Camargo's event business to be in my space. That's separate from if Commissioner Camargo then wants to host an event in that space, but she can certainly be somebody who's.
I'm just asking for said licensees, temporary consumption events, said licensees.
See the same thing?
Mm,
Under,
Go ahead,
oh, sorry.
go ahead, Philip, and then.
Sure. If I may, a good way to think of the hospitality licensee versus the organizer is the hospitality is bounded by space. There's a space within an existing licensee, and within that, you can do, theoretically, you could have a on-site consumption that would operate like, imagine a hotel bar or something. You have the hotel, that's the one hosting it, but now you have a consumption lounge built into the hotel. And they're open 7 days a week, and there's no limit in time. So it's not a temporary event that they're hosting. They're operating a consumption lounge within a hotel. The event organizer isn't bound by space. They could go anywhere in the Commonwealth as long as you can find a venue, but they are bounded by time. You can only have a certain number of days, you can only have a certain number of events, and they can only be a certain amount of time per year. So the way that it's written right now is to accommodate that if I'm a hospitality, I'm being housed or hosted within a fixed space for theoretically an infinite amount of time. But if the temporary consumption events would be if I'm running a wedding hall or an event venue, or it could be that same hotel that just happens to have an open space for a weekend and says, hey, this event organizer, why don't you come in and do something for 2 days? This definition would accommodate all of those scenarios the way that it is, that it's currently proposed.
Mike, did you have any, you had your hand up? Oh, understood. Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, Phil, and your examples are very helpful. Therefore, based on your explanation, hospitality on-site consumption licensee would be precluded from holding a temporary consumption event?
Unless they are also a marijuana event organizer. So they could theoretically have like, I don't know, a event, lowercase undefined term, like, oh, we're having a dance party or something at this location on this day. But that isn't that isn't a temporary consumption event as the term is defined or treated. And they also couldn't say, hey, I'm going to leave the hotel bar and we're going to set up in an unauthorized location like the hotel parking lot. They are bounded by the space in which we have authorized them to work.
So do you need an and or?
Are you?
At the end, based on that explanation, do you need an and or a temporary consumption event?
It seems like it would be. Yeah.
Might work.
Okay.
Good. Commissioner Camargo, you see where that goes in? You're all set?
Can we drop it in the chat?
Yep.
distracting to.
Yep.
So the consensus here is, how does the sentence end? And then I'll set it in the chat. And or is the proposal.
Mhm.
Yep. So the last version you had of non-cannabis business should be and/or before temporary consumption.
Yes. Tim, go ahead.
Attorney Baker, you could speak to this if you.
Okay, sure, yeah, and typically the regulations don't prefer to not use and or because it generates confusion.
Okay.
So it's preferred to not do that approach. That's why I asked for clarity.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Also,
Thank you, first council.
So is or more inclusive?
or is disjunctive, so it can also include instances where you have everything or you only have one thing.
Okay.
So I think the disjunctive is more inclusive in this instance.
Okay. All right. So that last version in non-cannabis business includes the new or host and also includes or in front of a temporary consumption limit.
I guess my question is to I and E. So you have, you don't see a cause for any confusion with temporary consumption event. You're comfortable with that?
If you could give me like a few seconds, that's what I was trying to figure out in terms of, should we just say and instead of saying or towards the end there? So it says host community, host the hospitality on-site production, licensee or marijuana event organizer, licensee in temporary consumption event, instead of saying or, but I'm not so sure, but it could be just all throughout.
I think if you say and, then it implies you have to do both.
Yeah.
You say or, you have a choice of housing or hosting one of the three.
So with that said, give me like 30 seconds to figure that out.
Sure.
Because I'm also thinking of what Phil said in terms of the differences between marijuana event organizer and temporary consumption event. So that's why I'm stuck with this. I'm stuck there.
I'm stuck too.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm just going back to I just want to look at the definition of temporary consumption event as well. That will help.
Need a 5-minute break.
Yeah, can we do that, please? Yeah.
Sure. All right, we'll reset till 12:05.
I was gonna ask if we were gonna break for lunch.
We could if you need time. We don't have much of this. It's important.
Actually, maybe we take 20 minutes and do lunch.
Want to take a lunch break instead? All right. It's 12 o'clock now. We are not going to take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 30-minute break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 12:30.
Thank you. We're gonna break till 12:30 for lunch. And you guys have a break. Also, my sugar's going down.
Okay, thank you. We're back. Just for everybody's planning purposes, obviously, anybody needs to take a break or we need to take a legal break, we will do that. But my hope today is that we will wrap up by 3 o'clock. And obviously, we are continuing this discussion again all day on Monday and looking at some subsequent dates, likely after our public meeting on the 10th to finish up this work. There was not a second meeting anticipated in April, but we are looking for dates that are available on everybody's calendar, at least allow some folks to make whatever arrangements they want to make to be able to join us. So we're looking at those dates, but definitely obviously back here on Monday. And again, just for planning purposes, we will wrap up today at 3 o'clock. All right. We were still entertaining discussion or having discussion on the non-cannabis business definition. Chief, I think we had left it kind of with you. You wanted to take a moment to relook at the definition. So we'll start with you if that's okay.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Yes, I did look at the definition and I think we are leaving it off at, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna read the last part. Basically saying from how the hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event organizer licensee or a temporary consumption event.
Okay. So we can drop that into the chat. I think we're just adding the word or before a marijuana event organizer licensee.
Or a marijuana event organizer licensee or a temporary consumption event, period. Yeah.
All right. We can drop that quick edit back into the chat.
It's in the last message.
That's the one that's in there now.
Yeah, but I thought I heard Chief Jones say she wanted to add a or before a marijuana event organizer licensee.
Right, I'll drop you one I have. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, so no, I'll drop. It's the all. I put all there before. Just bear with me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Chief. So again, just to reread it quickly, I know my colleagues are looking at, but non-cannabis business is a business entity not licensed by the commission under 935 CMR 500.0506, 935 CMR 500.141. Non-cannabis business means a business entity not licensed by the commission who may house or host a hospitality on-site consumption licensee or a marijuana event organizer licensee or a temporary consumption event.
T at the end.
Just drop a T at the end of that. Any questions or? Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Might not be applicable to this definition, but I'm asking because I don't know. That means like you can't have a house party like at a private residence. Like I'm asking because I sincerely don't know the answer to this, and I don't think it's appropriate for this definition. But what is the answer to that?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah. So could a temporary consumption event be at a private residence?
No, but also it would be very unlikely to be zoned that way. and have to go through the municipal process that way as well. So I don't think it would be able, by the definition, no, and also in addition to that, I don't think it would survive the municipal process.
Catherine, kind
Wait, catch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also within the temporary event definition, it also includes that they need a permit. So that would be something that we review in order to approve that permit. So if it was at a residence, that would be something.
But ultimately, it's really up to the municipality to allow it at a residence because they grant the permit. Like, let's say I owned a mansion by the sea and I wanted to have this. It's up to, ultimately, it's not for us to say no, it's up to the municipality to say yes.
Can I just clarify one thing? So we're giving the marijuana event organizer the license. And then subsequent to that, to host an event, they need to get a permit from us as well. In addition to getting a local permit.
Right. So what if the municipality says, yes, you can host it in your mansion by the sea, and we say no, what happens?
They can't move forward with having that event. They cannot move forward.
But we're not saying, we haven't really opined on like personal residence. Anywhere, is it contemplated anywhere?
If I may.
of, go ahead.
So we have a number of baseline requirements that are later on in what these events are going to look like. Some of them are as broad as like, you have to give us a diagram showing where everything is, who are you inviting to this event, things of that nature. The way that we've contemplated this is more that our requirements are a floor, they're not the ceiling. And they are meant to be somewhat flexible because the infrastructure needs and the needs of a community, say out in the Berkshires, is going to be radically different from that of Boston or on the islands. They're all going to look very, very different. And we wanted to make sure that just like for most large scale events where the cities or municipalities that are running them, they tend to be in the driver's seat as far as what they want. What do you feel is an appropriate amount of security, for example? We require security, especially over the plant touching items. That's our floor. But if the town wants to go above and beyond, they're welcome to do so. But as long as they meet our floor and the city says we're comfortable with this, then theoretically, to your hypothetical of hosting it in your mansion, theoretically, it could happen. But as long as you're meeting our requirements and the requirements of the municipality, it's kind of immaterial that it is a private residence versus a, public open space. As long as you can meet the requirements, you're okay. Maybe less likely you can, but if you can do it. Plausible, yes.
Plausible.
Director Chair, I would say that this definition would exclude residents.
Right, and I said it might not be applicable for this definition, so just didn't know if it was contemplated in here. And the other question, and I'm sure we're gonna get to it, but like, do we do pre-event inspections?
Yes, Commissioner Roy, we would have to treat this license like every other license. We have to do the inspections. And so that's what we were trying to figure out right now. So if, for example, the municipality did provide them with the permit, and then does that then require that we inspect that house? That house.
That's where I'm going.
And ensure that anything in 110 and 105 requirements are met, right? So
Yes.
that's what we're thinking about right now.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Because I know with home conservation, that was issues like about going into someone's home, right?
Right, hardship
Right.
conservation.
Hardship
Yeah.
conservation, that was an issue, a challenge.
Right, it is.
And you could almost apply that challenge. Here, we're going into someone's home, so I just want to like say that, that could happen.
Right, so I think at some point as well, we're driving more into the ranks. there could be an opportunity to, add that proviso or exception that says, except for residential homes. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud at this particular time. Because for hardship calculation, we couldn't do it for many reasons and everything else. And then there's so many requirements that need to be made outside of security and everything, so I don't know, I just,
Slippery slope.
yeah, it is.
That's all I'm just flagging.
Yeah. And then the resources to be able to inspect every event, including residential homes, we don't have the bandwidth to be able to do that.
I know.
Yeah.
So do we need to speak to that then?
I think that's a valuable point, that we need to be thinking about, because at some point there might be a person who has an interest in doing so. So what if it's a wedding, and then somebody wants to host a wedding and be able to do this, then what do we do, especially in their residential home? And it has came up, in the past too, we had a licensee who was interested to have their establishment in their home and all that. So that's something to think about.
That's why I'm flagging.
Yeah.
That's where I was going with that. Thank you so much.
It's a balance of, I hear our description in the non-cannabis business, we may want to give some thought to if we want to go that direction to say it has to be on a commercially
That's
zoned
where
piece of property.
Exactly.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
We
Well,
can put a in on cannabis business.
Doggy posted on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Clary. All right. All right. Move on to our next set.
Right, the next one is on page 20, and it is outdoor non-smoking consumption area. Means location where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products in the form of edibles, MIPs, and beverages in an outdoor space on the premises of a social consumption establishment, but shall not consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization. Tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in any outdoor non-smoking consumption area.
Questions? Kind of mirrors the indoor non-smoking consumption area language. Phil?
Also, I'd like to propose a similar technical edit in the same vein, which would be striking the language entirely and replacing with, I think it was just dropped in the chat. Outdoor non-smoking consumption area means an outdoor space on the premises of a social consumption establishment where consumers may consume marijuana or marijuana products in the form of edibles, MIPs, and beverages, provided, however, consumers may not consume marijuana or marijuana products through combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization.
And then also to add the line from Commissioner Roy's advocacy relative to tobacco being banned. So tobacco shall not be sold or consumed in any outdoor non-smoking consumption area. And that is in the chat for you to view. And I also teed up the next one too. So that amendment is there for the next one as well. So if you want to take a look at that.
Commissioner Camargo, you're all set. Commissioner Roy? Set. Okay.
Thanks much.
And Mr. Acting Chair, the next definition is also in the chat for outdoor smoking consumption area. And it's similarly amended from the version that we had sent before as a technical amendment from legal.
All right, we'll move on to the next one.
All right, next one is on page 20 still, and it is patient means a registered qualified patient.
Of course, Mr. Acton.
Of course.
For some background context to this, we did amend in the medical regulations patient delivery. And so this is a way to tie that in with the existing definition, meaning registered qualifying patient. So rather than saying registered qualifying patient home delivery, or delivery, excuse me, it's just, we can now do patient delivery and it'll be reflected in the definition. And this is one that I would consider pulling into the medical regulations. In the past, in the regulatory rounds that we've done, the motion language has something like, and legal will, take all necessary steps, including any amendments to the medical regulations to keep it in line with the adult use regulations that we've gone through. So this is one of those that I would like to pull into the medical regulations because obviously that's where it technically is.
Commissioner Wright.
And Mike, I really appreciate that mindset of while we have the opportunity, even though that's technically not to do with social consumption. So that's when I mentioned standards lab in the definition of ME. This is an opportunity along these lines just to shore that up a little. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the version you have, it says qualified, but it's qualifying. So just, I'm going to.
Oh, good catch.
You're on. Okay. Move on to
Fine.
the next definition changes under person or entity having indirect control.
Right page, on page 22. Person or entity having indirect control means a person or entity having indirect control over operations of a marijuana establishment. It specifically includes any person or entity having direct control over an indirect holding or parent company of the applicant, and the chief executive officer and executive director of those companies, or any person or entity in a position indirectly to control the decision-making of a marijuana establishment. A hospitality on-site consumption licensee may contract with a non-cannabis business to operate within the non-cannabis business's physical space, and the non-cannabis business shall not be considered a person or entity having indirect control by virtue of this relationship alone. A marijuana event organizer licensee may contract with a non-cannabis business to operate within the non-cannabis business's physical space, and the non-cannabis business shall not be considered a person or entity having indirect control by virtue of this relationship alone.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Make recommendation to strike shall and put may. A hospitality on-site consumption licensee may contract with a non-cannabis business to operate with the non-cannabis business physical space within, and the non-cannabis business may not be considered. This gives us more latitude as opposed to shall.
Sorry, Chair. I'm half trying to amend the last thing, but typically shall is stronger than may.
Yes,
So is that, I think you're going.
I will lock ourselves in with shall.
Okay,
So we're saying we shall not consider it. Wouldn't we want to have the opportunity to, if we needed to consider that person having it? Doesn't that give us more teeth, if you will, or more latitude if we say may versus shall?
If I may, the
No
language here is, we already have that latitude baked in because it is by virtue of this relationship alone, which already qualifies it. So if that is the only relationship, that's the only thing that we're looking at that says, oh, there's a close or a problematic relationship here, then that directs staff, it directs the organization to say, well, that's not a close associate just because you have that. If there are other elements, then the way it's worded is, well, now we can say, oh, and they're doing your hiring practices and they control the space that you're operating in, it can be an additional element, but it cannot be the only element, is how it's presently worded.
So I have a big warehouse. I gift it to my son.
I mean, it is,
Okay, so I think May gives us more flexibility and more room to enforce. We're limiting our ability to enforce with shall.
well, I would also say that at first blush, I don't necessarily have a problem with somebody saying, I'm going to help my family member out, start their business. I've got a warehouse. Why don't you take it? You know, why don't you just run this thing? That in and of itself is not a problematic relationship.
I agree.
Same with where we run into a problem, and just because I did that, we're fine under the current definition. I've done that, and now I get evidence or information, and please enforcement or investigations push back on me if I'm stating this incorrectly. But I get suddenly now I have additional information coming in that, oh, I'm managing your hiring practices too, or you know, I'm getting a significant amount of percentage of your take. That's a little suspicious. Now that would in and of itself perhaps trigger an investigation as to ownership or control. But this is simply saying that just because I'm giving my son use of my warehouse, we're not going to, just because you did that, say, oh, now you're in ownership and control just based on that alone. If you have other elements as to your hypotheticals, then yes, that may well trigger an investigation. And that happens all the time already. This simply is saying, just because you have this relationship, that alone won't trigger this process.
What I'm saying, Chief, you want to limit yourself with shall, or do you want to have may, which gives you more enforcement flexibility?
Catherine, go ahead.
It's fine if you want to limit yourself with shall.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Respectfully, I think from a compliance standpoint for my team, the shall sets a clear parameter for my team. Whereas frankly, a lot of the times may in the regulations don't offer clarity to my team and lead to longer timelines and a need for interpretation. I think the shall is just setting the parameter there that if this is the only relationship current that you contracted to utilize the space, it's clear to my team that that's not a controlling relationship. If when we're reviewing that contract, there's controlling provisions, that wouldn't be the relationship alone. That would be a financial due diligence investigation. But I think the shall makes it clearer for my team, but that's.
I think Commissioner Roy, to responsive to your suggestion here, I can also see that the other side of this, right? The other side of the coin. So maybe we could add a word there after physical space, maybe say physical space alone. Again, I'm thinking out loud to reemphasize the point of, I'm just thinking out loud to reemphasize the point of physicality alone does not, it shall not, constitute everything that we mentioned here. But I think, that will most likely have that, address that issue. And Catherine is right. In all instances, most instances, we realize that in the regs, when it says may, it creates ambiguity.
And I agree with that. I do.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking of a word. Give me a minute again to wordsmith this after physical space. I think so that we can make that point or emphasis that the physical space.
That's right.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the shall by itself, I hear you, Commissioner Roy, would have been problematic. I think it's the combination for me of the shall and the alone. I think speaking to Philip's kind of legalese, shall not be considered by virtue of that alone. I think it does give us the window or the opportunity that if there's something beyond that, then we have the ability to kind of weigh in and decide whether person or entity, somebody who's essentially in that landlord seat, could be a person or entity having indirect control. I guess a question I might have for the I&E team is this language conflict with other language that we might have around just the normal for our cultivators, our product manufacturers, our retailers, that kind of, this might go back to when we look at the lease, but I don't want to also create language here that is not equitable with language that we would have for the relationship between a landlord and one of our licensees acting as a tenant. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do not have a similar language related to landlords or other licensees using premises in terms of ownership and control.
Okay. Is it okay if we move ahead and we'll come back when you have something?
Sorry, Acting Chair, can we just put a pin on this while we're smoothing this and
Sure.
the next thing?
All right. Let us know when you're ready. We'll get back.
Yes, thank you.
All right, move on to the next change with, which I think is principal place of business.
Principal of business, page 22 still. Principal place of business means the primary location where a marijuana establishment conducts its licensed operations and manages its activities.
Any background on that? I think that's part of that definition, I think, lies within current MEUs, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason for making this amendment and defining principal place of business is because we did have to attach it to the requirement from statute where all businesses have to obtain an HCA. And so basically, if we're gonna create an event space, which is temporary, we need to ensure that that there is a principal place of business in order for them to obtain that HCA and be statutory compliant with 94G section 3. So that's the main reason. And also, again, similar to beverage where it showed up in multiple sections, we needed to clarify by defining it and then adjusting it in other places if it was appropriate. So yeah, that's the background.
Any questions? All right, we'll move on to the next definition change. Go ahead, Rich.
It's on page 26. It is social consumption establishment, means an entity licensed to sell marijuana or marijuana products to consumers for consumption on its premises and in a consumption area approved by the commission. A social consumption establishment may be either a supplemental on-site consumption, a hospitality on-site consumption, or a marijuana event organizer licensee. Social consumption establishments may allow consumption areas to be indoor non-smoking, indoor smoking, outdoor non-smoking, or outdoor smoking.
Any questions on this one? Yep, Commissioner.
This circumstance where we would have an individual license. Right, that can't exist. In other words, it says entity license, like sole proprietor, I guess that's an entity. So there's no, I'm just, right, in my mind, there's no circumstance where an individual would get licensed, but that can't exist, right? When you need a business entity, you need an entity, you need to be an established entity.
Got to file with the Secretary of State.
Right.
Tax ID
So
number.
there's no circumstance that could happen.
Just for further clarification, part of the initial definition.
Yeah.
Remained.
Move on to the next definition.
Still on page 26, supplemental on-site consumption means a type of license within the social consumption establishment license classes where an eligible retailer, cultivator, product manufacturer, micro business, craft marijuana cooperative, or delivery operator may sell marijuana or marijuana products to consumers to consume in a designated consumption area within or attached to the marijuana establishment's premises.
For me, this is maybe where we are thinking a little bit outside the box, because this is opening up supplemental on-site consumption license to somebody who's not just an existing retailer, but could be an existing cultivator, it could be an existing product manufacturer. You know, we went through the micro business license change for this purpose. Craft marijuana cooperative, of course, we don't have one of those. But in talking about or a delivery operator seeking to sell marijuana or marijuana products. So it is expanding the definition or the opportunity for a delivery operator, again, always subject to local approval and an amended HCA if they want to eventually allow somebody who's operating as an operator, which again is the brick and mortar license type for delivery, if they ever wanted to pursue social consumption on their premises. Commissioner.
So third-party transporters aren't in here because they're only allowed to have that one license type.
If you had an equity third-party transport.
But we allow MEs with DEs. So we allow MEs with delivery endorsements who essentially do B2B, but we're not allowing third-party transporters.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll have to double check the statute, but I believe that is a policy consideration.
I think it's disparate, possibly.
Put a pin on that.
Any other license provisions? Then equity. Oh, you want that language added?
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if I may.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Moore, but then we have to, obviously we put a pin in it, but it really falls for folks in the universe.
Yeah, but if I'm a delivery courier, I don't have a physical.
Right, correct. The courier doesn't have.
So I'd be applying
Exactly.
for the brand new licensee, essentially, right? Okay, let's see if, again, third-party transporters, I think to point, Commissioner, do have a brick and mortar facility similar to a delivery operator, similar to the other license. Yep. Got it.
But we'd have to
Well,
adjust the regulation with a third party transporter that they can only have one license type. That's the hang up.
Well,
Yeah.
we probably want to amend that definition anyways.
Yeah.
But you can make policy decisions that slightly different provisions for each license class. So because you had made that assessment for one, you don't necessarily have to do it for everyone if you don't think it aligns with your policy goals. Obviously, there needs to be a justification for you to do that, but
Right, my justification is it feels disparate.
I think it's a good question for us. I myself would need a little bit of time to think it through. All right, so we'll put a pin under supplemental on-site consumption. Any other questions on that definition? All right, we'll move on to the next one. Oh, sorry, Captain, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick question, on social consumption. I know we're talking about third-party transporter. Because social consumption is exclusive to certain license, social equity, for example.
Right.
Would it just be clearer to put, you have to meet that category? Because if there's a transporter that's social equity, they would be able to apply for this license and deliver services to that license.
I can add to Catherine. I guess my question is also looking at this, who's missing? And to your point, Catherine, that could be an equity or an equity, third-party transporter as well. If you have the space, if you want to get into something like this, then you have the opportunity. But I guess my question is, are we missing someone?
I'm okay with giving consideration maybe to a third-party transporter. I personally would be a little reluctant to have a lab.
I'm just using that as an extreme example since we're putting everything out here. Do we have any third-party transporters right now that are equity? Just out of curiosity? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I'll have to look into this. I don't think.
Just out of curiosity, but yeah. I mean, they could throw a big warehouse party.
That's what I'm thinking.
Could also go on partner with a marijuana event organizer. Go ahead.
Correct,
Phil.
exactly.
Also, I would use caution when tying things simply to the equity universe because there is a timer on that.
Yes, exactly.
And when that timer goes out, then anything that is contingent on it goes down with it.
So with that being said, and Commissioner Roy, I think you and I just had quiet eye contact here, but do we need to come back to this? Do we still feel like we need to come back to this?
I'm willing to think about it a little bit more in terms of that license type again.
What are we thinking about?
I mean, give consideration to whether if there was a SEP or EE third-party transporter out there, whether they would be able to host a consumption space. We need to be mindful of security requirements and everything else, but then for third-party transporter, but I'm happy to entertain that. I, for one, would be a little less interested unless we hear a huge onslaught of input from our ITLs about allowing an ITL to have a consumption space, but.
I do.
All right.
Well, and so may I?
Of course.
Yes,
Go ahead,
we have to
Commissioner.
be here even with our inspections, you don't want to contaminate,
No.
right? You want the ITLs need to have a pristine environment. So I wouldn't be comfortable opening it up to the ITLs either.
All right. All right, let's move on to, we put a flag in that one, or pin in that one. We'll move on to temporary consumption event.
All right,
I think we're on 26, temporary on-site consumption permit.
No, the one before that.
Before that, temporary consumption event means an event that a marijuana event organizer facilitates after obtaining a temporary on-site consumption permit from the commission.
Commissioner Roy.
Does that not require, it does not require HCA?
No.
That's, I just want to make sure.
But the, Mr. Chair, the overall license would require an HCA, but the temporary consumption event is something that a licensee can do after they receive a permit from us.
So that definition is just this defining the actual, what we're calling the actual event itself. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Deputy General Counsel, does the event organizer also need a permit from the local municipality as well?
Yes.
Do we need to put that? So it doesn't seem like they just one and done?
I don't think that that's necessary.
You don't think and the local municipality at the end of the sentence? The host.
Throughout the reg, we ensure that they're compliant with local bylaws and ordinances. So I think that that would cover that consideration.
Bill?
There also with some municipalities, there's a bit of a chicken and the egg problem where sometimes they'll say, well, we can't start your permitting until we get the okay from the commission. And then if we have a conjunctive and, then we've got a bit of an issue where it's, well, where's your stuff from the municipality? Well, I don't have it because you haven't given me a permit to start. So this gives depending on the municipality, depending on where somebody's operating, there's a little more flexibility that they can either talk to us or talk to the municipality first and get that ball rolling to start planning an event.
I agree with that point from the municipal perspective.
Thank you.
Yeah, we brought it on board for a reason. Good.
Thank you.
All right. Nothing further with temporary consumption event. Let's move down to the next one. Where you were before, Rachel.
Still on 26, temporary on-site consumption permit means an official authorization documented by the commission for a marijuana event organizer to host a temporary consumption event.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
If we say the hospitality one can hold temporary events. So.
So the hospitality is contemplated as it is in a fixed location. Now, whatever their relationship with their, I'm going to use the term landlord loosely here. Theoretically, that could be 7 days a week. It could also just be like, look, I only run my my hotel on the weekends. So I'm only open on the weekends, which means you're only open on the weekends. That could be a valid relationship. That the idea of an event, though, as used in these regulations, as written right now, and a temporary event is contemplated to be very much just for event organizers. So if they wanted to do, I don't know, thinking what bars do, like a singles night or something, that wouldn't be an event at like capital letters event as defined in the regulations. That'd just simply be something that they're hosting as a business.
And then, sorry, just to clarify slightly, the first two licenses are one location.
What's that?
The first two licenses are one location, so supplemental is fixed to an existing or attached to an existing ME. Hospitality, it could be a standalone business, but in one location. And the last one, the marijuana event organizer, is the only one that can do temporary events. So under the hospitality one, they can technically do an event in their space because it's year round that they have that opportunity, just like a bar can host trivia on Tuesday nights. But to host the event with the permit, you have to go through the marijuana event organizer license.
What if I subleased it? For a temporary event? I own a yoga studio. I'm going to Europe for a month. I want to sub my space to paint and sip. That's just temporary
Sure.
for a month. So does that cover that?
So you're the current owner of the
I'm
license,
going to Europe for a month.
but you have the license.
I have
You're
the,
the building owner.
Commissioner Roy is the yoga studio owner here. And
maybe I have a second
the
career.
acting chair. The acting chair is a marijuana event organizer licensee. Right? Is this?
So it's my building,
Yep.
yoga. He's the organizer. He's coming to my yoga studio.
Yep, so he would, the marijuana event organizer would have to be licensed through the commission. And he'd have to propose,
But he can also own the yoga studio. He owns it. He owns it. He has that license, but he's going to Europe for a month and he wants to sublease it to me for a month. And I want to hold events there. Does that cover it?
Are you a marijuana event organizer in this analogy or this hypothetical?
I would be an event organizer in a hospitality building. So the hospitality person could theoretically do business with the event organizer.
Well, as long as you're partnering with somebody and saying, hey, we want to have like if you want to do something that maybe is not your, I'll use the business term, a core competency. Like if, let's use the hotel bar thing. I know how to run a hotel bar style consumption thing. I don't know how to run something that would be like a 420 festival out of the hotel space or in my consumption space. I might reach out to the commission, say, hey, I'm partnering with this event organizer. Here's the space, here's our designated, here's the diagram. This is everything we want to do. I will be one of the participants, meeting all these other requirements. And let's say we want to invite a couple other participants. In that hypothetical, that could be compliant. But again, they'd have to communicate with us before hosting before actually putting on this event, getting their permits as well as the local permits as well before they could actually open their doors and let people come in.
Not going into business with you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think where we're going is we're looking at the temporary on-site consumption permit. If I'm in the hospitality space, I don't necessarily need one of these. I'm controlling the property. I can have my paint and sip, paint and puff night. I can quote unquote have events in my hospitality space. Under that kind of bar example of you own the bar, you're still selling alcohol. You might have a trivia night, you might have other nights. Certainly, hopefully, some of our hospitality folks or even our supplemental have talked to us about doing quote unquote education events, but you would not have to go out and get a temporary on-site consumption permit. I guess only in the space of if you wanted to have other vendors come into your space, probably even still selling the product and it's still being consumed on premises. I didn't mean to say I wouldn't go into business. Commissioner from Oregon.
You guys need a break? Gotta stay focused. I'm just curious. I know this is still all in the making, but you all's perspective, so we don't get lost in these you know,
Scenarios.
scenarios of Kim's yoga studio, which are great, but, you know, I just want to make sure that we're, you know, and I'm looking at you guys. And that's why I'm saying, let's bring it back to point of reference. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the definition of a temporary on-site consumption permit satisfies everything that you will be able to enforce. So there are no omissions. We're not overlooking anything in regards to hospitality where something is subleased out, or I just want to make sure that this has the teeth you need on the enforcement side.
Commissioner, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Thank you. I suggest that we table this, and once we get into the actual proper regulations that include the enforceable aspects of it, this is really just, the definitions are applied to the regulations to provide context as to what those words or terms mean. I do not believe that we would necessarily need to include that, but once we get into the regulations, if there are kind of glaring holes or omissions in that context, then maybe it would be appropriate to add it. But at this point in time, I think it might have to proceed.
Like a imaginary pin.
Thank you, team. That's what we need. Tell us, because we will come up with scenarios till 5 o'clock.
I appreciate Commissioner Roy, like, I'm not.
You guys are working on a business entity while you're at work here.
I think that's the last definition. That's the great news.
Yeah. The last definition?
I think that was the last definition.
No. Like something.
Oh, yeah, warehouse. Yep.
Acting Chair, if I may.
We need to go back to your.
Yeah, go back, because I think it's now creating more questions, but let's see what you all think. I'm gonna put the,
I think this is going back to person or entity having indirect control.
Oh,
Is this on page 22, Rachel?
Yes, I'm sorry. Chair, order of operations, we have a couple of edits on warehouse, and that would be the last one. Should we do that one and then go back? Is that okay? Or is that is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, just let me finish and then go back.
Sorry,
You
Rachel.
can stay in order.
Warehouse should be easy, so.
Yeah.
Now we are on page 30. Definition for warehouse means an indoor structure or a portion of the structure on the licensee's premises used by a marijuana establishment for the on-site storage of marijuana and marijuana products in compliance with the regulatory requirements of 935 CMR 500, including the requirements for security, storage, and disposal. For delivery operators and marijuana event organizers, the location of the warehouse shall be the licensee's principal place of business in the host community.
So we're adding marijuana event organizers, again, those that want to take on the option of storing product on site. And we're incorporating the terms around principal place of business, and then obviously kind of some grammar around host community. Commissioner Roy?
If we do decide to allow third-party transporters, we'd have to insert that there.
Now that was the last definition.
All right, now we've done all the definitions, but we're going to go back to person or entity having indirect control. No?
Page 22.
I have it here in the chat, in terms of what the suggestion is, and Commissioner Roy, I hope that will be then responsive to your suggestion or recommendation.
So no, it looks like the key word you added in there is the solely for physical space.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Mike, Phil, do you see that language? Are you okay with it? And Ed, I think Ed said teeth.
If I can.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so this will kind of box folks in, I think, to your point, Commissioner Roy, about marketing or anything else. So basically you're saying, we're saying now with this language, the partnership here is solely for physical space. So it's not for anything else, but hey, I can use your space. So we can't cross collaborate on marketing. We can't cross collaborate on, events. So this is just physical space. I think that's what you're worried about, right? Sort of.
Yeah, it's because Noam said, we only have jurisdiction over our licensee, so my fear was that gives the non-cannabises a license to be able to do what they want. But this, and someone in the audience said, well, ultimately we can go back to licensee. They would jeopardize their event. So, but this
language.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just as a suggestion as well, this is later on in the regulations, but if we wanted to really tackle limiting a non-cannabis business's ability to market or advertise on behalf of cannabis businesses, under 935 CMR 500-050, I believe it's B sub 9, sub B. We do place certain limitations on non-cannabis businesses that are hosting hospitality, on-site consumption licenses, and marijuana event organizers. So within those limitations, we might also want to consider, to your point, adding in that they may not or shall not advertise or market on behalf of the cannabis businesses too. So again, rather than the definition, we might be able to include it there as well, just to clarify that intent.
Thank you.
Bill?
Just a suggestion. I'm concerned with for solely physical space. Because having written a number of like business leases and stuff in the past, they never are solely just here's money, I get to use your space and that's it. There's often restrictions on, well, I have a building that looks a particular way. Can you not have signs that are too bright or that look a certain way? Or I close at 10 o'clock. You need to close at 10 o'clock as well. Those would be unoffensive restrictions, but they're not related strictly to the physical occupation of the space. If we look at by virtue of this relationship alone, do you feel that by virtue of this contractual relationship alone would solve the problem? Or and I would pose the same question to Noam as well, because you've raised the proposed amendment as well.
Yeah, I get all that, but I think the thing is when we're looking at because the other thing what we have to keep in mind is always when it comes to entities or it comes to physical space, there's always an element where by definition or by law, they're always going to be looked as a place for public accommodation because you're always going to have those exceptions. So in that regard, towards that end, because of that, based on what Commissioner Roy is suggesting here, it does make sense for us to put emphasis on that this relationship is exclusively to the physical space. That way we do not have to encounter some of the scenarios, or if we had to encounter some of the scenarios that you know described here, articulated here, would be able to rely on that definition. We'll be able to rely on that definition in terms of person with or entity having indirect control. That is the focus of the main thing. And then as we build on within our regulations, as our team explained later on, we'll be able to then bullet point those in terms of what that means. But I think specifically here, that way we can eliminate the confusion or ambiguity. It does make sense for us to add that word solely. It's just exclusively to the relationship of this physical space. You are giving me this physical space or opportunity to be able to do my business here for a licensed activity with the commission.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we are done with definitions. All right.
Progress.
All right. Where's our next edit?
Next item is on page 33, and it is this chart on the top. We added supplemental on-site consumption, hospitality on-site consumption, and marijuana event organizer.
I just need this, how did you come up with these fees? What was the rationale, since I wasn't in the working group? And I'm sure the public would be curious too.
Man, I'll speak for myself and then obviously Mike, Bill, anybody who was at the table during the discussion. I think the application fees, we were trying to keep pretty consistent with the other application fees. You see marijuana event organizer is a little bit lower by about $500, just based on the fact that if I'm just sitting in an office space with a laptop organizing my events, there seems to be minimal. It should be a little less than somebody who's physically going to have a brick and mortar facility. In terms of the annual license fee, $5,000 for the supplemental. Again, that's already somebody who's a marijuana retailer potentially paying 10. You know, we thought it should be less than 10 just because they're adding on additional space, or they may be using their current footprint. Hospitality on-site consumption, again, there's a broad swath of possibilities here. I could be renting out a small space within an existing business. I may own the whole building. And the marijuana event organizer, again, kind of keeping it consistent with a marijuana courier, again, somebody who doesn't have a built-out licensed brick and mortar space, if they're just in an office space with a laptop. So I think that was our thinking. Commissioner Camargo or Phil and Mike, anything you want to add to that? If I didn't characterize that correctly, but Phil? Oh.
Yeah, I just, I guess I don't understand why the hospitality is 10,000. It seems more burdensome, but maybe there's a rationale, like, shouldn't they all be 5,000?
At least I think we looked at it. When you look at a marijuana retailer, they're paying 10,000. A marijuana independent testing lab is paying 10,000. Again, you know, building out a hospitality on-site consumption lounge or space. At least I think our thinking was that's kind of on par with the marijuana retailer. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll just add, Commissioner, I think you heard from Commissioner Stebbins, but I mean, if I would like to see it, I'm okay with it at 5,000. I think a lot of these, for some of these folks, We already know how difficult it is. We did come up with 10,000 because of what Commissioner Stebbins is saying. But I'm open to that. I'm curious if INE has any thoughts. I see, Lydia has her hand up.
I actually DGAP just his eagle eye flagged that there is no fee for the permit itself listed.
Talk about in terms of the 5,000 for the, I'm sorry, 10,000 for the hospitality. Do you all have any thoughts?
If I may, Commissioner Margot, I think, yeah, why, I tend to, I agree with Commissioner Roy that it should be 5,000. Instead of the 10,000, because to me, that seems like it's double what
Exactly.
others are paying, and that is
Okay with that?
our treatment for disparities there.
I agree.
With that, Commissioner Stebbins, how do you feel?
I'm okay with that, especially when we think of the context of, I might be renting a small space in somebody else's building.
Yeah. I mean,
Am I paying, should I be paying this?
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't want to start some
mhm.
incredibly difficult, cumbersome kind of sliding scale, depending on how much space you have, but I'm okay with the $5,000.
I was gonna say, Commissioner Stebbins, I know Philip has his hand up, so does Mike, so does, Commissioner Roy. And then we did talk about the permit is not on here, so just putting it out there.
Yeah, I just have a comment more than a question, and I'm glad we agree on this because we would hope folks would want to partner with folks who are either disadvantaged businesses who own yoga studios or theaters or space, and we're going to disincentivize that with the 10,000, right? We'd hope black and brown owned yoga studios or lounges or cafes, but we're going to disincentivize that by making it double. So it's disparate. So thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Mike and then Phil.
Sure, just a little bit of background context too from the working group. So initially this was 10,000 annually. So this would be a reduction from that overall, and it was just the one license type for social consumption. So when we broke it down, obviously there were different things to consider. And just to take the marijuana event organizer, we heard that there wasn't a money attached to the permitting, and that's because we had looked at the annual licensing fee and what would be reasonable per permit, and it would roughly equate to, depending upon how much money you made the permitting fee, it would roughly equate to that annual licensing fee based on the amount of events that they would be able to host. So rather than creating an entirely new process of us collecting permitting fees, we just opted for proposing the annual licensing fee to be what it is now.
Phil.
Maybe some of the disparate perspectives from the working group might come out here a little bit. But if we are moving everything down to 5,000, and we are contemplating adding a permitting fee, I'd like to suggest that for the organ, we're not, okay. Okay, fair.
Right, Mike? No, we have not.
Oh, all right, that's
Not
fine.
on here, but we
Not on.
talked about adding it.
All right, fair enough.
One, so yeah, we landed on where we did because we opted not to do a permitting per event. And then the other thing here too, that's really just unique to the marijuana event organizer is we are working within the limitations set in the statute. So in section 6 of 94G, it says that our licensing is based off of an annual renewal. And so when trying to do the event organizer license, that statute really shaped that license holistically and here too, because we couldn't just give off one permit for one event. It would have to be an annual, it's tied to our annual renewal system. So that's kind of some background as to why that license looks that way.
flag that for myself. All right. Where do we go next?
Page 40, I think.
They're all okay.
Yes. Limitations on the number of control.
All right, we're on page 40 now. 1B9. Limitations on the number and control of social consumption establishments. A, no person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than 3 supplemental on-site consumption licenses, 3 hospitality on-site consumption licenses, and 3 marijuana event licenses. And B, as a condition of being hosted by the non-cannabis business, a hospitality on-site consumption licensee and a marijuana event organizer licensee shall not little I accept ownership or control interest in the license by a non-cannabis business or provide a set percent or a set portion of sales to the non-cannabis business. A hospitality on-site consumption licensee and a marijuana event organizer licensee may pay a fee or rent to the non-cannabis business for hosting the social consumption establishment.
Sure. Go ahead. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
As accept ownership and control of interest in the license by a non-cannabis business. So that's saying the non-cannabis business is offering ownership and control of the license.
Bill?
This,
It doesn't read right to me. As a condition of being hosted by the non-cannabis business, a hospitality on-site consumption licensee and a marijuana event organizer licensee shall not accept ownership and control interest in the license by a non-cannabis business. I don't understand this.
so this would be a scenario where the non-cannabis business says, I'd love to host you. However, I need 5% of your business.
Right, so the ME is not accepting something from the cannabis business.
The
It should
non,
not offer ownership, not accept. It's more offer. Like the ME is not accepting interest in a license from a non-cannabis business. They're not accepting anything.
I see where the language, but the first part of the sentence, as a condition of being hosted,
Yeah.
this would be the non-cannabis business making a condition. Which if someone makes a condition, then that condition must be accepted.
As a
So the non-cannabis business is making a condition that of being hosted by me, you must accept ownership or control by me.
accept or offer, maybe accept or offer, like.
This is a really technical contracting term, and that's why it's that way, but
Who's accepting? Who is accepting something in this scenario?
In this scenario, the non-cannabis business is making a condition. That condition needs to be either accepted or rejected. We are directing the entity that we can actually control to some extent, the cannabis business. We're saying that if a non-cannabis business makes a condition like this, you cannot accept it.
What if we use the word allow?
Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is more for legal. Is the intention that a non-cannabis business would never be able to apply and be disclosed as an entity having direct or indirect control?
This is more to prevent a scenario of, I'd say, corrupt incentives. So like a non-cannabis business, they could become a hospitality licensee or any kind of licensee if they want to be. This would be to prevent the corrupt incentive of saying, yeah, I've got this great space, but you got to give me 3% if you want access to it. That we don't find acceptable. But if it's just simply hey, I have this wonderful space that I host events in all the time, and I want to, in and of myself as a non-cannabis business, add a cannabis business to it, and that I own myself, that isn't a corrupt incentive. That's not conditional language like that.
Right, but would there be a scenario where a non-cannabis business, let's say it's not the typical landlord scenario, that there is a percentage of profits, et cetera, as long as they're disclosed to go through our change of ownership process, they would be able to be listed on the license, correct?
Correct, as long as you're going through the appropriate process.
So would it be clearer to, in this definition, just indicate that a non-cannabis business shall not be an entity having direct or indirect control without having prior commission approval or linking to our change of ownership process?
Director Chair. Again, this is couched in the scenario of where we're going to be partnering with another entity to be in a certain location. So just as a condition of being housed or hosted, they can accept ownership and control. They can't get a portion of sales because then that would run afoul of our close associate and the other definition that we just went through. So we landed here because we thought that walked that balance, but I understand your concern.
Oh, so for me, so maybe, because I do agree definitely with legal that this is, for those scenarios, and also Commissioner Roy, it actually speaks to some of the scenarios that you talked about, earlier. So maybe if we could say accept ownership or control interest offers in the license by a non-cannabis business, or would that work? If we added the word offers.
So accept ownership or control interest offers in the license by, oh, because yes, they're offering.
Yeah, offers.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Yes, you said it better than me. Thank you.
Yes,
No,
that's what it is.
yes.
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 Basically, because that's what Phil is saying.
Yes.
That to, to ensure that, we don't end up in situations whereby, individuals enter into, an agreement because of such conditions or such offers. Let's ensure that we have this language here. So that, yeah. So add in the word offers.
Let me suggest something. Why don't we create a new numerator Roman 2? Because I think you got to break these out. I think you need to put in a protection against accepting by the non-cannabis licensee or offering ownership or control in the license to a non-cannabis business. I think you need to break out both scenarios.
Could we just say in the first one, accept? Okay, sure. Accept. Or the other one you proposed, for sure.
Accept or allow. I had said accept.
No, offer.
Offer. Yes, offer.
And I'm just, I'm thinking of breaking it out because it's accepting by, I'm the non-cannabis owner, I'm making you the offer, you can't accept it, nor can the licensee offer it to the non-cannabis business. Again, this goes back to our interest in not making sure that a lease for space, even though obviously licensing does get to take a peek at the lease isn't creating that controlling
Right.
relationship.
So it can't be proposed by either party.
Right.
The non-cannabis business or the licensee cannot propose ownership and control. That's what we need to make sure is expressly rated there.
But I think also getting back to Catherine's point where she's talking about, I do want to have that relationship, right? Then it triggers a whole different process.
Right.
But if you take this and go back to the original definition, which is I'm just leasing you space solely for the physical space, I think this kind of just builds on that and separates out the two scenarios we could see. So now that I've said this, I think, do I need to put my language in the chat?
Commissioner Roy, something.
May I? No, I just gonna,
Tell her anything you want.
yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, while we were doing this whole process, we would imagine us, we've been going through every single little thing, but this is exactly why I'm glad that there's only 3 of us right now, right? So that you're looking at this with a fresh pair of eyes, because Phil, Mike, myself, Commissioner Stebbins.
I know. We're living these things.
Yeah, so this is really good, yeah.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll drop some new language into the chat for this. Yep. Come back.
No, this is good, no, but, you're seeing things and thinking it in a different lens, so it's good. That's why.
Also has this great
Scenario.
loophole closing
Yeah.
mentality, which is great. It doesn't regulate. All right, we are back. Mr. Baker dropped some language into the chat. This this doesn't really edit B. This just kind of is a wholesale replacement of B. So take a look at that. I will note this has the endorsement of our Director of Investigations, so thank you, Kathy. Jessica?
Ownership and control.
Yes.
Wait.
Yep, go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Sorry, was that capitalizing ownership and control? Those are not defined terms. So we would not want to capitalize that, but, sorry, I only recognize that because I pointed that out to, Deputy General Counsel earlier, but thank you guys. I did just want to flag that if there was an appetite to add in any kind of additional parameters regarding advertising on behalf of the licensee or accepting advertising from the non-cannabis business on their behalf, if we wanted to add that, this would be potentially one area that we could add that in there. But I would definitely defer to my friends in the legal department for their expertise here.
I see some nodding and some applause.
So you want us to add some language in here around that?
You can,
Yeah, proposed language.
enforcement counsel is correct, you could add it. That would be an appropriate place to have.
And Commissioner, I do not have any proposed language, just you raised this as a potential policy consideration. So if we did want to add that, this would be, I just wanted to raise the flag or the pin here.
Yeah.
Could it be something as simple as shall not accept any in-kind services? I don't know, deep into detail we'd have to get.
Acting Chair, I think that could be, that's definitely broad language, but in terms of enforcing this provision, so as a condition of being hosted, the licensee shall not accept any in-kind services on behalf of the or from the non-cannabis license. That could be fine. We might want to just consider, I know this is not the last bite at the apple today, but just as we're putting in that language, we might just want to consider what consequences that might have intended or otherwise. We also might want to, we could also clarify that in guidance as well after the fact. So that would definitely, I think, get to Commissioner Roy's point that she wouldn't want the non-cannabis business advertising on their behalf. And then also that allows us to, if there was advertisement, we could reach out either through a notice of deficiency or just communication with the licensee to indicate that the non-cannabis business seems to be advertising on your behalf. If that advertising is violative of our regulations, then we could highlight that at that point as well. By saying no in-kind services, that might, one, we also might want to consider whether or not there's payment for advertising or anything like that. If you were saying in-kind, that might be restrictive, but just really thinking out loud now as the language was just proposed.
I think it's I think going back to our original point, it's an interesting suggestion. But part of, I'm the licensee, I'm responsible for my own behavior around advertising. Am I essentially also responsible, or how do we capture this, that I'm responsible for anything through any other business arrangement that I might have? Like, a person goes out and advertises for me and, there's a billboard up across the street from the school. Yeah. Who's responsible? That's the person we don't license.
That's right.
Back in the licensee.
Exactly.
If they're advertising on behalf of the licensee, I think it just really, what I'm seeing as being highlighted here is kind of a difficulty in terms of enforcement. If it is not an entity that we are licensing, our jurisdiction is obviously limited there. That being said, there were statutory requirements surrounding advertising as well. So it would really just, I think the intent here is to try to eliminate that sort of confusion. And one way that we may be able to do that is by imparting some liability onto the licensees, so they're incentivized to at least make that boundary clear, that the non-cannabis business should not be advertising on their behalf. The cannabis business would really have that responsibility for advertising any events there. I do see that Attorney Schreppler also has his hand up, so he might have some additional consideration.
Yeah, Phil.
So perhaps as a Romanet 3. So this would read as a full obligation. A hospitality on-site consumption licensee or marijuana event organizer licensee shall not allow its name or intellectual property to be used in advertisements by the non-cannabis business.
Oh, you don't have access to the chat.
Go.
I need to read it, but I think it sounds, first blush, it sounds good.
Well, sometimes first blush is all I need.
That's good.
Catherine?
I'm sorry, Catherine, we're muted.
No, just the middle one.
Oh,
Just the middle.
okay. Sorry. I was like, I'm looking around. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple compliance reactions. Advertising in and of itself isn't, if the concern is control or ownership, advertising in and of itself doesn't necessarily have control or ownership implications. I wouldn't want to limit, if we're concerned about control or ownership, I wouldn't want to limit it to just advertising. I'd want to put our definitions in there in terms of person or entity having indirect or direct control. The reference that would be construed to advertising in our definitions is making significant marketing decisions. So there could still be, unless we put specific language in there, just making it not necessarily ownership or control, but making it so that a non-cannabis entity can advertise on their behalf. An entity could still advertise and it could be sponsored by the licensee, where they would still be held to our compliance standard for advertising, but that wouldn't necessarily meet the threshold of making significant marketing decisions, but it wouldn't necessarily put them in a position of control or ownership. If I just want to know the intention, if it's more for ownership or control, or if it's just to kind of separate what the businesses can do.
I think it's going back to this again. We're not trying to create a relationship where the hospitality business is somewhat being controlled or having their presence leveraged by the non-business that's hosted. So it's trying to squeeze out any kind of backdoor deals or predatory relationship between them. So like, okay, I'll sign the lease, and by the way, could you please help me with advertising?
Yeah.
Or I plan to advertise because I want more people to come in to my large yoga studio, even though you're a component of it. And yeah, I think we're trying to avoid that predatory relationship just beyond, here's your lease, just go and operate in the space, safeguards, whatever, but not creating a more formal business relationship between the two. If I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm even from a public safety perspective, right? We have composition data that we theoretically, we're holding our licensees to, and age gates on our websites. And if I say to Commissioner Stebbins, well, I'll give you 10% more in rent if you can put this on your website, no age gate on your website, right? Or the flyers, put the flyers, and there's children that come in and do yoga. And so there's your composition data is all askew, and they're not our licensee. So my concern is protecting youth and not backdooring in that advertising. Like, I'll give you more rent if you can do this for me. So that's my concern.
Not necessarily ownership or control, just more the relationship.
Yeah.
And just to make sure that the language I proposed actually addresses that thought. The reason I structured it the way I did is I believe that permits that the social consumption establishment can advertise itself freely. That's its own name, its own intellectual property, while the non-cannabis business would still be able to, in a very limited way, maybe tell its customers, oh, we have cannabis services now,
Yes.
which I don't think would be offensive. It's not, but they couldn't say, hey, we have Kim Roy's Cannabis, the best in town at this new yoga studio. Why don't you come on down? That wouldn't be permissible.
Mike dropped some language into the chat, but go ahead, Mike.
Can we table this
Mhm.
specific piece? I just have a couple of thoughts on it and I just want to.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
If I may.
Yep.
Chairman, yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, just because I have a lot of questions around this one in particular as it relates to the advertising of the non-cannabis business. Because I think about the events that will happen, the hospitality sites, we gotta also not box them in to not be able to promote to a 21 and over, audience. So I think what we're doing right now is very, very prescriptive. So I would want to table it to kind of think about it more as well. So.
All right, next change.
All right, next change is on page 41. It's 1C7. Added A, supplemental on-site consumption, B, hospitality on-site consumption, and C, marijuana event organizer.
So 41.
Okay.
So under 7, social consumption establishment was already there. I'm assuming it was inputted in the first set of social consumption regs, and we're just breaking out the license types under that.
Can I ask a question? Why didn't you guys add consumption after event organizer to keep it consistent?
Mr. Architect.
Go ahead.
So the first two is purposeful on-site to designate the one location. Whereas marijuana event organizer is going to be temporary on-site consumption at potentially various locations. So it draws a distinction in its name that the first two are fixed, whereas the third is.
Yeah, so this would help if it's a marijuana event. Temporary on-site consumption to keep it consistent. Like, that's where I get confused. It's like, it should have been consistent in the titling of it. Supplemental on-site consumption, hospitality on-site consumption, marijuana temporary on-site consumption would have been more consistent.
So, Mr. Architect, if I may, we do include that language in the permit because that's where it would arise. It's temporary on-site. We're allowing you temporarily to consume on-site through this permit.
Commissioner Roy, this was one of our biggest fights.
Oh.
In the working.
Was it really?
The names, huge. Think about branding, marketing, consistency. What does it mean when someone reads it? What does it look like? How do we, separate the 2 licenses from the 3rd license? This was a big one. I hear your question. And to Mike's point, it's baked in there a little later. But it's very simple. It's the marijuana event organizer under the social consumption establishment. So, but I'm thanks for the question because yeah.
All right, next change.
Page 42, it's gonna be 2 added, F, we added F. An eligible marijuana cultivator may operate a supplemental on-site consumption license within or attached to its existing marijuana establishment premises.
I'm sorry, Rachel. I think that even before that, we just have a little edit for number 5. No big deal, but just to acknowledge it.
Oh, under E?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So renumber.
To clarify, I think that's just a formatting.
Yeah.
When we added F in.
Mhm.
And just so everybody goes back, this is under 2, which is description of a marijuana cultivator, indoor or outdoor.
Mhm.
Commissioner, go ahead.
We couldn't include MTC because,
These are the adult use.
no, I know, but overall, we can't include MTCs because of vertical integration, like, right, we can't include medical's kind of like on the outside looking in on this.
We're going to get to what we've proposed as some of the medical patient components to it, I think further in this or in 501. But we can have the bigger discussion about
Yeah.
medical piece.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So this, in 050, there's a series of similar amendments attached to each marijuana establishment that's already existing in the reg. The purpose of this series of amendments is because we're now adding this supplemental on-site consumption license, and it's going to be physically interacting with existing MEs. And so we wanted to make sure that those existing licensees, we're able to have the supplemental on-site consumption in or attached to in their space that's existing. So again, they would need that language to be able to house the new social consumption establishment.
Commissioner Roy.
And Mike, you Deputy General Counsel, you and I had this conversation about, I wanted to add adjacent. So I wanted to say within, attached, or adjacent to its existing marijuana establishment premises.
Not the same thing.
No. It could be space not connected.
Oh, I see.
So, but why can't we have adjacent?
Bill?
So premises is a defined term in our regulations, which is essentially, it is where our registered agents can exercise, and I'm kicking this from my head, so forgive me, but it's where our registered agents can exercise significant control over the space. So if we had, let's say, an outdoor cultivator has, an enormous field out there, that is the premises of that marijuana establishment. It doesn't necessarily refer to just merely a physical building, but the area over which these agents exercise significant control. So the reason adjacent might be problematic language would be if that is the area over which they have significant control, adjacent to it would suggest next to the area that they have significant control, which means it's not the premises. It's next to the premises.
So the scenario Commissioner Roy, I think, is alluding to is I have a piece of property. I'm going to have one building where I might cultivate. I might, on my footprint that I own, also have a separate building not connected, which is where somebody can consume. As long as I'm controlling the footprint, quote unquote, the premises of the property.
Correct. As long as that is the zone over which you exercise through our registered agents and everybody significant control, that is the premises of your marijuana establishment.
Enforcement counsel is ready to weigh in as well.
Oh, sorry, Tim.
Thank you, Executive Director. Thank you, Acting Chair. And just to kind of piggybacking off of what Attorney Schreifler was indicating. So the marijuana establishment's premises, I mean, I'll definitely defer over to Director of Investigations, but as part of our overall licensing process and inspection process, we do an architectural review that would encompass the premises there. So when we're acting chair to the scenario that you outlined, within that that would be within that premises, they would have a building where they're, processing the marijuana that they grew there. If they have another building on that premises, that would still work out. If we're talking about an adjacent property, that would be outside of our initial inspection and architectural review. So that would be either a change in location, an amendment of what their location actually looks like. That is changing the premises. So if we're considering this to be a whole separate location, that would also require kind of follow-up on our end. That would be amending the space that they have control over. But Director Minkowski, definitely, you're the expert in this area.
Well, thank you, Tim. Yes, and enforcement counsel is absolutely right. The architectural review would encompass a represented premises and floor plan, security matrix, et cetera, that the licensee represents to us. So if it was a part of the parcel or property that wasn't within the designated floor plan that was already inspected, it will also elongate the process, whether that's going to be a change of location or a structural change. I think in discussions when we saw this was that if this is a licensee that's already been inspected, if there could be some type of, not expedited, but if, an architecture review would be required, if this was a fully uninspected space, it would certainly elongate the process and would implicate either architectural review, structural change of location, because we only approve the architectural review based upon floor plans represented to us and how they'll be utilizing the facility.
Commissioner?
So there's premises and property. They're two different things?
Premises defined as different premises.
Right. And in the premises definition, means any indoor or outdoor location over which a marijuana establishment or ITL or its agents may lawfully exert substantial supervision or control over entry or access to the property or the conduct of persons. So is premises the square footage of the land, and is the property the building?
If I may, Commissioner, there is a practical reason why there's a distinction drawn here, and it comes into play with the event organizer, particularly if you have a very large event that you're invited to. The one that I've always come back to, I live in Lowell, so I always say Lowell Folk Fest, is if you have a particularly large event, like they have 5 stages across the entire city, it's very spread out. And you are an event organizer. You set up something similar to, those little beer garden tents and things. For the purposes of our inspection and our regulation, is the premises over which you are exerting significant control is that beer garden area. We can't go into town and, tell various businesses and other places, oh, well, you have to close. That's beyond our authority. But in this case, that becomes your premises because it is a specific area of property that we have said you are allowed to conduct your operation.
Great.
In the cases of like a traditional marijuana establishment, that the premises and the property might coexist exactly, but they are separated in this so that marijuana event organizers can have that flexibility to have temporary events, or a hospitality operator being able to operate within a space they don't, strictly speaking, own. Sorry.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Phil. But if it says premises, and premises meaning the land, how can it be attached? Like a license within or attached to existing marijuana premises, or should it say property, or should it say premises and property? Because what I'm trying to say is if I have a micro business, there's micro businesses not far from my house. They might have a building that sits on their premises that's not attached to the micro business, physically attached to the micro business or within the micro business, but it's adjacent to the micro business on the premises.
Of course we can. So,
Thank you, Acting Chair. And Commissioner Roy, I think so. A premises would be inclusive of any buildings that are on there. I think to your point about the definition and why we've used the word property in the definition of premises.
Yeah.
Just generally speaking, from my experience working at the Mass House and here as well, but we would generally not want to use the defined term within the definition. So I think that's really just a distinction there. So you wouldn't say the premises is access to the premises. They're saying property there. I don't think there's a substantive or legal change being used by that different word in the definition. really what this is intending to say and what our architectural review process has been, it is the entire premises. So for example, I went to an outdoor cultivator on that premises, which is the entire area that the licensee can exercise control over, that had their field where they were growing all of their marijuana on that, in that area as well, which has the appropriate security parameters, a fence, camera coverage, et cetera. They had a number of trailers that were used for either additional propagation or trimming, manufacturing, or like trimming, curing of the marijuana. They also had another space that was used for taking their testing samples. Those were all different buildings or trailers on the premises. They're all still part of that premises. We wouldn't specifically say, okay, well, the overall space, is the premises, and then each individual trailer is a separate premises. It is all inclusive of one. So it would not be separated between here's a building. Then if we look, for example, like a marijuana retail establishment, if they just have one single building, the entire space within that building that they can control is their premises. Or if that has an adjacent parking lot that is on there, the building is just part of the premises there.
Helpful, thank you. So then why do you need the word attached? Because if it's attached, it would be within, like, as long as it's within the premise.
I think in that instance, it may be, say we're talking about, this could also be because of like a supplemental license, and I'll defer over to my friends in legal as the primary authors of this. But my understanding is that if you have a building and then there's an additional space that is attached to that building, maybe you'll do a structural change or a change of your, a structural change to add that attached location to your overall premises. In any event, I mean, from my expectation and my understanding in this position, they would need to have control over that entire space, whether it's within the premises, attached to that existing premises. That might have just been an effort on their part to just say that you can continue, you can loop that into your overall premises. I see your point with within or attached. That might be creating confusion. Perhaps we can get rid of that, but my expectation would be that they have control over that entire area. My focus would be on the premises that is controlled by the license.
If I may, I agree with you. And I'm trying to open opportunities for folks. So the micro business not far from my house, that their building is not within or attached, but adjacent on the premises, still on the premises. The way it reads, it sounds like that building that's not attached, not within, is precluded the way this reads. So I'm just trying to make sure that,
If I may,
Commissioner Mark.
yeah, Mike, I gave you another job. Mike had his hand up before me, but go ahead, Mike, and then I'll make my comment. That's okay, Chair.
Good.
He's been waiting.
Okay, so just to back up slightly, again, where are we in this? We're in the marijuana cultivator requirements. And so this is a cultivator that we're talking about specifically for this hypothetical. And what is the language that we're looking at? We're looking at an eligible marijuana cultivator may operate a supplemental on-site consumption license within or attached to an existing marijuana establishment premises. So again, it's an existing premises from the cultivator. So if it's a building next door, that's not within the premises.
Within or. Yeah.
So if it was attached to, it would be like if you were having an outdoor smoking consumption area and they open up the patio space next to the cultivator within the parking lot, I would say that, I mean, you could argue to your point that that's within the premises. So maybe we can get rid of attached here.
yes.
But your hypothetical is raising something, going back to Catherine's point, that's a whole new building. They would have to do a change of location.
Yeah.
So that's where I think the confusion is coming.
Okay, but, okay, and I appreciate, I think we do need to get rid of the word attached because it's within the premises.
I mean, we went to see, if I may, Commissioner Stebbins, we went to see a dispensary. I don't remember where. Commissioner Stebbins and I went, and there's a dispensary, and then they have a huge barn. I know, like a warehouse, Commissioner Roy, like 5 minutes in their parking lot, pretty much, right? So this is the perfect example within their premises. But sounds like we're okay with taking out attached.
Because now they could use that barn if it passed all.
But I thought they could use it even with this. I mean,
but it's not with attached.
Just ask a clarifying question. So are we saying that because attached technically would then be within, it's not needed?
Within would necessarily cover attached.
Attached, I think includes everything that you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying that within means that or attached is not necessary. That, am I interpreting your question
I
correctly?
don't think attached because to that, if it's, as long as it's within the premises, which means open space, indoor space, that's the premises.
The property,
But with the,
basically.
if I may, Commissioner Roy, with the understanding that, you know, again, they've gone through the architectural review
That's
process. They've been approved.
That's
And
right.
then in those instances, if we do go through the architectural review process and then they're not compliant, that's where the team comes in. They'll be able to say, hey, based on this, this is not within the premise, it's not compliant, therefore this. So, but there is an architectural review process that will be able to address most of what we're talking about here. But, you know, the within is fine. We don't need to necessarily have.
That's fine.
backlash, because at the end of the day.
That's what I'm saying.
It's going
People are gonna
to-
read it and get a different interpretation saying my building's not attached.
Right.
I can't do it.
Okay, so I hear everyone's points here. Obviously, I helped to write this, so I'll have to go back and advocate for my original thinking. So, taking a hypothetical as we do, we're a cultivator. We have an existing building, which is our premises, but we haven't, I mean, if I'm trying to open an outdoor smoking patio, I wouldn't be changing the location or the address. So I would essentially be expanding the premises. So that's why I think attached may still work, but again, I offer that as a consideration here.
So there is a structural change process. So if it's a situation where by now you want to do that, you would have to submit a structural change request for us to then, you know, inspect that, you know, area where you want to conduct your business. And then we'll go through the normal chain of, you know, processes. If in fact, that's something that was not there at the beginning when we had the architectural review. So that will trigger a structural change process.
Yeah, I think we have to get rid of our attachments.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And just to supplement what Chief Jones was indicating, so just for clarification or edification for the group as well. So under 500-104, which is our notification and approval of changes section, under subsection 1, sub C, that identifies our structural change process. And so what that states is prior to any modification, remodeling, expansion, reduction, or other physical, non-cosmetic alteration of the establishment shall submit a change request for such change to the commission. So in this instance, if they were expanding their premises to include a patio, for example, if they did not have control over that patio, if they were going to be adding that to their premises, our expectation would be that they were submitting that structural change, going through the necessary inspections and approvals to ensure that all of our security requirements were being accounted for, any other requirements that would be specific to that consumption area. So that's really what gives us that opportunity. So when we're talking about attached to, I do think that I agree that striking that language as superfluous here would make sense, just because if they were expanding that premises, they'd need to go through that process. If they already had control over that patio, however, and they were able to utilize that space, or that was part of their identified premises during their architectural review process, then they would not need to go through that structural change. That would just be an area where they would be able to repurpose, provided, however, that they are not making any doing any remodeling or modifications of that space. That is not just a cosmetic alteration.
You're okay, you want to make one more?
I want to make sure you're good. I'm like, you're good.
The only comment or question that I would have for enforcement counsel would be, so before they could apply for licensure here for a supplemental on-site consumption license, they would have to go through the architectural review for the initial cultivation to license to expand their premises, or for, like, well, let's say an outdoor patio or something like that.
So it's going to be a structural change because they already have an existing premise, right? When we inspected them initially, we were just inspecting them for cultivation primarily. Now that they want to apply for this license type to accommodate that, it will trigger a structural change request and then they would have to go through that process, which is why having the word or attached to its existing ME premises, we don't need to have that there because we do have an established process that they can be able to go through in order to meet those requirements. And then also what this does, Mike, it eliminates the additional steps of them having to go through a lengthy process, which is what our Director of Investigations has been emphasizing here today. We want to make this as easy as possible for them to get into this license type without having to go through the additional steps. So, and that structural change process is very straightforward. It's a form. It's just letting us know at this particular time, this is what these are the, additions or modifications that I'm making, and then we'll go out there and inspect to ensure that, they meet all the requirements pursuant to those regs, and then they'll be good to go.
Chief, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because we're getting into the weeds of it. The permit or the application structural change, to me, that sounds like a change, right? A big change. But for this scenario, would it still be called a structural change, or would we create something that's like a structural addition? It could fall into that same thing? Okay.
Same thing.
Okay.
It is, when you look at the definition for structural change, which EC Gooden I have to remember not to call people by first name today. EC Gooden just what he read,
Okay.
it actually meets that.
Okay. So we don't have to do any, I guess my question is, we don't have to create anything extra.
No.
I have my cultivation site, but I also want to add the barn 30 feet down the street of my parking on the premises.
Yes.
No, because we have an established process
Perfect.
already.
Perfect.
And then so therefore, all they need to do is to submit that form,
I see.
and then we'll go through the normal course.
Thank you,
And
thank you.
ensure that they have it. Yeah.
So, Mr. Acting Chair, I'll strike the language of attached to.
Or attached to, so under 500-050, cultivator, craft marijuana cooperative, or marijuana product manufacturer. And also for 5, a marijuana micro business.
And the cultivator.
Yeah.
What 2 words mean, huh?
No, but it's, I think what we're wrestling with is, I have a building, do I have space within my building?
Mhm.
Don't. And I want to build onto it. It's great to hear that as long as it's on the same premises,
No, absolutely.
triggers a simple architectural review, but
No, structural change.
structural change, sorry.
Makes sense.
But basically, you're changing the structure of your premise, and then you would need to seek commission approval in order for you to do so.
Yeah.
Right? Because we've already been there, they've gone through all the preliminary steps through an architectural review where we look at all their plans and everything else. And now that we want to do this, we will inspect the place to ensure that it meets all the requirements pursuant to the regs. Yeah. So that makes it easy for them.
Nice job, team.
I'm going to suggest something because I'm looking at page 44, where it becomes a slew of red.
Yeah.
And we have about 3 minutes before we decided we would stop work for today. I'm going to cut us loose if it's okay, 3 minutes early. We'll dive in Monday talking about social consumption establishments in all of the red. Unless there's any strenuous objection. All right.
Monday at 9:30 or 10, I was asked you.
We might have posted it for 9:10.
9:30.
Hold on, let's post it for chat.
Chief said so. Chief said so.
Yes, please. Please, for all begging for 10 minutes.
It's 10 and it's already posted, so.
Till 5. Going till 5 on Monday. Yep. Okay.
Yep. So, all right.
Oh, and
Yes, Commissioner.
so Olivia shared with us. Olivia, can you read about the transporters? You shared some information you looked up on the, if you don't mind.
Sure.
We had asked you a question.
So there are 5 transporter SCP
There are 5 currently equity applicants for transporter licenses, but they're all incomplete, so they're,
They're SCPs.
yeah, SCPs, EAs, I don't know the difference between the status, I haven't looked
Yeah.
into, but they are all like.
Some of them, they're either SCP or EA.
Right.
There's 5.
Correct.
In the queue.
In the queue, but it's incomplete, so they haven't actually submitted, they started.
Okay.
So as you know, like they could start and maybe never actually, yeah, end up, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there is no other business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Like I said, we'll reconvene Monday morning, 10 a.m. Sorry, Commissioner, but we will go through to 5 o'clock.
I'm fine with 10 a.m.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you to everyone who came today and everyone who's at the table and continues to be part of this process.
Commissioner Roy?
Likewise, thank you all. There's a lot to contemplate and a lot of questions, so my sincere gratitude and I.
Ditto, and I will vote aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. We're adjourned. We'll reconvene Monday morning, March 31st at 10 a.m. and continue working. The only agenda item is working through social consumption regulations. And then you see the rest of our meetings through the rest of the year. We will be adding probably some additional dates after April 10th, but we'll get word out to everybody, like I said, so folks can make whatever arrangements they need to make, hopefully with enough advance notice. But other than that, we are adjourned. Thank you to everybody. Appreciate everybody's help and contributions around the tables today.
Thank you. Teamwork.